Book 3, Chapter 1 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 3. Quaint Old Customs. We're in an aged cell with moss and ivy grown, in which nor to this day the sun had ever shone. Their reverend British saint, in zealous ages past, to contemplation lived, and did so truly fast, as he did only drink what crystal rivers yields, and fed upon the leeks he gathered in the fields, in memory of whom, in the revolving year, the Welshman on that day that scratched herb doth wear. Manuscript in the Bodleian Library. Chapter 1, Part 1. Numberless customs in Wales, which appear to be meaningless to people of average culture, are in truth replete with meaning. However trivial they may seem, they are very seldom the offspring of mere fooling. The student of comparative folklore is often able to trace their origin with surprising distinctness, and to evolve from them a significance before unsuspected. In many cases these quaint old customs are traced to the primeval mythology. Others are clearly seen to be of druidical origin. Many spring from the rites and observances of the Roman Catholic Church in the early days of Christianity on Welsh soil, where, as is now generally conceded, the Gospel was first preached in Great Britain. Some embody historical traditions, and some are the outgrowth of peculiar states of society in medieval times. Directly or indirectly, they are all associated with superstition, though in many instances they have quite lost any superstitious character in our day. Modern society is agreed, with respect to many curious old customs, to view them as the peculiar possession of ignorance. It is very instructive to note, in this connection, how blandly we accept some of the most superstitious of these usages, with tacit approval, and permit them to govern our conduct. In every civilized community, in every enlightened land on earth, there are many men and women to whom this remark applies, who would deem themselves shamefully insulted should you doubt their intelligence and culture. Men and women who smile superior at the idea of Luther hurling inkstands at the devil, or at the Welsh peasant who thinks a pig can see the wind, will themselves avoid beginning a journey on a Friday, view as ominous a rainy wedding day, throw an old slipper after a bride for luck, observe with interest the portents of their nightly dreams, shun seeing the new moon over the left shoulder, throw a pinch of salt over the same member when the salt-cellar is upset, tie a red string about the neck to cure nosebleed, and believe in the antics of the modern spiritualistic control. Superstition, however, they leave to the ignorant. The examples of everyday fetishism here cited are familiar to us, not specially among the Welsh, but among the English also, and the people of the United States, who, I may again observe, are no doubt as a people uncommonly free from superstition in comparison with the older nations of the earth. But modesty is a very becoming wear for us all, in examining into other people's superstitions. Aside from their scientific interest, there is a charm about many of the quaint customs of the Welsh, which speaks eloquently to most hearts. They are the offspring of ignorance, true, but they touch the good old times of the poet and the romancer, when the conditions of life were less harsh than now. So we love to think. As a matter of scientific truth, this idea is itself, alas, but a superstition. This world has probably never been so fair a place to live in, life never so free from harsh conditions, as now. And as time goes on, there can be no doubt the improving process will continue. The true halcyon days of man are to be looked for in the future, not in the past. But with that future we shall have no mortal part. Part 2. In treating of customs, no other classification is needful than their arrangement in orderly sequence in two divisions: first, those which pertain to certain days and seasons; second, those relating to the most conspicuous events in common human life, courtship, marriage, and death. Beginning with the year, there is in Glamorganshire a New Year's Day custom of great antiquity and large present observance, called the apple gift, or New Year's gift. In every town and village you will encounter children, on and about New Year's Day, going from door to door of shops and houses, bearing an apple or an orange curiously tricked out. 3 sticks in the form of a tripod are thrust into it to serve as a rest. Its sides are smeared with flour or meal, and stuck over with oats or wheat, or bits of broken lucifer matches to represent oats. Its top is covered with thyme or other sweet evergreen, and a skewer is inserted in one side as a handle to hold it by. In its perfection this piece of work is elaborate, but it is now often a decrepit affair in the larger towns, where the New Year is welcomed, as in Cardiff, by a midnight chorus of steam whistles. The Christian symbolism of this custom is supposed to relate to the offering, by the wise men, of gold, frankincense, and myrrh to the infant Jesus. The older interpretation, however, takes the custom back to the Druidic days, and makes it a form of the solar myth. In the 3 supporting sticks of the apple are seen the 3 rays of the sun, the mystic name of the Creator. The apple is the round sun itself, the evergreens represent its perennial life, and the grains of wheat or oats, Avagdu's spears. Avagdu is the evil principle of darkness, hell, or the devil, with which the sun fights throughout the winter for the world's life. Thousands of children in Wales seek to win from their elders a New Year's copper by exhibiting the apple gift, or by singing in chorus their good wishes. A popular verse on this occasion hopes the hearer will be blessed with an abundance of money in his pocket and of beer in his cellar, and draws attention to the singer's thin shoes and the bad character of the walking. In many cases the juvenile population parades the streets all night, sometimes with noisy fife bands, which follow the death knell, as it sounds from the old church tower, with shrill peals of a merrier if not more musical sort. In Pembrokeshire, to rise early on New Year's morning is considered luck-bringing. On that morning also it is deemed wise to bring a fresh loaf into the house, with the superstition that the succession of loaves throughout the year will be influenced by that incident. A rigid quarantine is also set up, to see that no female visitor cross the threshold first on New Year's morning. That a male visitor shall be the first to do so is a lucky thing, and the reverse unlucky. A superstition resembling this prevails to this day in America among showmen. "There's no showman on the road," said an American manager of my acquaintance, "who would think of letting a lady be first to pass through the doors when opening them for a performance. There's a sort of feeling that it brings ill luck. Then there are cross-eyed people. Many a veteran ticket seller loses all heart when one presents himself at the ticket window. A cross-eyed patron and a bad house generally go together. A cross-eyed performer would be a regular Jonah. With circuses there is a superstition that a man with a yellow clarionet brings bad luck." Another well-known New York manager, in a recent conversation, assured me that to open an umbrella in a new play is deemed certain failure for the piece. An umbrella may be carried closed with impunity, but it must not be opened unless the author desire to court failure. The Chinese have the Pembrokeshire superstition exactly, as regards the first foot on New Year's Day. They consider a woman peculiarly unlucky as a first foot after the new year has begun, but a Buddhist priest is even more unlucky than a woman in this light. Another Pembrokeshire custom on New Year's morning is quaint and interesting. As soon as it is light, children of the peasantry hasten to provide a small cup of pure spring water, just from the well, and go about sprinkling the faces of those they meet, with the aid of a sprig of evergreen. At the same time they sing the following verses: "Here we bring new water from the well so clear, For to worship God with, this happy new year. Sing levee dew, the water and the wine, With 7 bright gold wires and bugles that do shine. Sing reign of fair maid with gold upon her toe, Open you the west door and turn the old year go. Sing reign of fair maid with gold upon her chin, Open you the east door and let the new year in. This custom also is still observed extensively. The words levee dew are deemed an English version of Llanelli Duw, a cry to God. A Welsh song is sung on New Year's Day in Glamorganshire by boys in chorus, somewhat after the Christmas carol fashion. A happy New Year to you, merry be your holidays, master and mistress, every one in the house, arise in the morning, bestir the fire, and go to the well to fetch fresh water. Part 3. Among Twelfth Night customs, none is more celebrated than that called Mary Lwyd. It prevails in various parts of Wales, notably in Lower Glamorganshire. The skeleton of a horse's head is procured by the young men or boys of a village, and adorned with favours of pink, blue, yellow, etc. These are generally borrowed from the girls, as it is not considered necessary the silken fillet and rosettes should be new, and such finery costs money. The bottoms of 2 black bottles are inserted in the sockets of the skeleton head to serve as eyes, and a substitute for ears is also contrived. On Twelfth Night they carry this object about from house to house with shouts and songs, and a general cultivation of noise and racket. Sometimes a duet is sung in Welsh outside a door, the singers begging to be invited in. If the door be not opened they tap on it, and there is frequently quite a series of awns sung, the parties within denying the outsiders admission, and the outsiders urging the same. At last the door is opened, when in bounces the merry crowd, among them the Mary Lwyd, borne by one personating a horse, who is led by another personating the groom. The horse chases the girls around the room, capering and neighing, while the groom cries, "So ho, my boy, gently, poor fellow," and the girls, of course, scream with merriment. A dance follows, a reel, performed by 3 young men, tricked out with ribbons. The company is then regaled with cakes and ale, and the revellers depart, pausing outside the door to sing a parting song of thanks and good wishes to their entertainers. The penglog, a skull, a noddle, is a similar custom peculiar to Aberconwy or Conway, in Carnarvonshire. In this case the horse's skull is an attention particularly bestowed upon prudes. Mary Lwyd may mean Pale Mary, or Wan Mary, or Hoary Mary, but the presumption is that it means in this case Blessed Mary, and that the custom is of papal origin. There is, however, a tradition which links the custom with enchantment, in connection with a warlike princess reputed to have flourished in Gwent and Morgannwg in the early ages, and who is to be seen to this day, mounted on her steed, on a rock in the Rhymney Dingle. The cutty wren is a Pembrokeshire Twelfth Night custom, prevailing commonly during the last century, but now nearly extinct. A wren was placed in a little house of paper with glass windows, and this was hoisted on 4 poles, 1 at each corner. 4 men bore it about, singing a very long ballad, of which one stanza will be enough. "Oh, where are you going?" says Milder to Melder. "Oh, where are you going?" says the younger to the elder. "Oh, I cannot tell," says Festal to Foes. "We're going to the woods," said John the Red-Nose. "We're going to the wood," said John the Red-Nose. The immediate purpose of this rite was to levy contributions. Another such custom was called tooling, and its purpose was beer. It consisted in calling at the farmhouses and pretending to look for one's tools behind the beer cask. "I've left my saw behind your beer cask," a carpenter would say, "my whip, a carter," and received the tool by proxy in the shape of a cup of ale. The female portion of the poorer sort, on the other hand, practised what was called sowling, that is, asking for sow, and receiving, accordingly, any food eaten with bread, such as cheese, fish, or meat. This custom is still maintained, and Sowling day fills many a poor woman's bag. The phrase is supposed to be from the French "soul," signifying one's fill. Part 4. Connected with St. Valentine's Day, there is no Welsh custom which demands notice here, but it is perhaps worthy of mention that nowhere in the world is the day more abundantly productive of its orthodox crop, love letters. The post offices in the Principality are simply deluged with these missives on the eve and morning of St. Valentine's. In Cardiff the postmaster thinks himself lucky if he gets off with 15,000 letters in excess of the ordinary mail. 19 extra sorters and carriers were employed for this work on February 14, 1878, and the regular force also was heavily worked beyond its usual hours. The custom is more Norman than Cambrian, I suppose. The word Valentine comes from the Norman word for a lover, and the saint is a mere accident in this connection. Part V. St. Dewi is to the Welsh what St. George is to the English, St. Andrew to the Scotch, and St. Patrick to the Irish. His day is celebrated on the 1st of March throughout Wales, and indeed throughout the world where Welshmen are. In some American ports, perhaps all, the British consulate displays its flag in honour of the day. In Wales there are processions, grand dinners, places of business are closed, the poor are banqueted, speeches are made, and songs are sung. The most characteristic feature of the day is the wearing of the leek. This feature is least conspicuous, it may be noted, in those parts of Wales where the English residents are fewest, and least of all in the ultra-Welsh shires of Cardigan and Carmarthen, where St. David is peculiarly honoured. The significance of this fact no doubt lies in the absence of any necessity for asserting a Cambrianism, which there are none to dispute. In the border towns, every Welshman who desires to assert his national right wears the leek in his hat or elsewhere on his person. But in the shadow of St. David's College at Lampeter, not a leek is seen on St. Dewi's Day. In Glamorganshire may be found the Order of Knights of the Leek, who hold high festival on the 1st of every March, gathering in the Welsh bards and men of letters. Why is the leek worn? Practically because the wearer is a Welshman who honours tradition. But the precise origin of the custom is evolved in an obscurity from which emerge several curious and interesting traditions. The verses cited at the opening of this part refer to one of these. They are quoted by Manby without other credit than a very ancient manuscript. Another tradition is thus given in a pamphlet of 1642. St. David, when he always went into the field in martial exercise, he carried a leek with him, and once being almost faint to death, he immediately remembered himself of the leek, and by that means not only preserved his life, but also became victorious. Hence is the mythology of the leek derived. The practice is traced by another writer to the custom of Cymhortha, or the neighbourly aid practised among farmers, which is of various kinds. In some districts of South Wales, all the neighbours of a small farmer without means appoint a day when they all attend to plough his land, and the like, and at such a time it is a custom for each individual to bring his portion of leeks, to be used in making pottage for the whole company. And they bring nothing else but the leeks in particular for the occasion. Some find the true origin of the custom in Druidical days, but their warrant is not clear, nor how it came to be associated with the 1st of March in that case. The military origin bears down the scale of testimony, and gives the leek the glory of a Cambrian victory as its consecrator to ornamental purposes. Whether this victory was over the Saxon or the Gaul does not exactly appear. Some traditions say one, some the other. The Battle of Poitiers has been named, also that of Crecy, where the Welsh archers did good service with the English against a common enemy, but an older tradition is to the effect that the Saxon was the foe. The invaders had assumed the dress of the Britons, that they might steal upon the unsuspected. But St. David ordered the Welshmen to stick leeks in their caps as a badge of distinction. This he did merely because there was a large field of leeks growing near the British camp. The precaution gave the day to the favoured of St. Dewi. It cannot be denied that there have been found Englishmen rude enough to ridicule this honourable and ancient custom of the Welsh, though why they should do so there is no good reason. The leek is not fragrant, perhaps, but if an old custom must smell sweet, or be laughed at, there is work enough for our risibles in every English parish. The following is one of the foolish legends of the English respecting the leek. The Welsh in olden days were so infested by orang-outangs that they could obtain no peace day or night, and not being themselves able to extirpate them, they invited the English to assist, who came, but through mistake killed several of the Welsh, so that in order to distinguish them from the monkeys, they desired them to stick a leek in their hats. The author of this ridiculous tale deserves the fate of Pistol, whom Llewellyn compelled to eat his leek, skin and all. Llewellyn. I beseech you heartily, scurvy lousy knave, at my desires and my requests and my petitions, to eat, look you, this leek, because, look you, you do not love it, nor your affections and your appetites and your digestions does not agree with it, I would desire you to eat it. Pistol. Not for Cadwaladr and all his goats. Llewellyn. There is one goat for you. Strikes him. Will you be so good, scald knave, as eat it? Pistol. Base Trojan, thou shalt die. Llewellyn. You say very true, scald knave, when God's will is. I will desire you to live in the meantime, and desire your victuals. If you can mock a leek, you can eat a leek. Pistol. Quiet thy cudgel, thou dost see I eat. Llewellyn. Much good do you, scald knave, heartily. Nay, pray you, throw none away, the skin is good for your broken coxcomb. When you take occasions to see leeks hereafter, I pray you, mock at them, that is all. Part 6. The traditional St. David is a brilliant figure in Welsh history. With the historical character this work has not to deal. The legendary account of him represents a man of gigantic stature and fabulous beauty, whose age at his death was 147 years. He was a direct descendant of the sister of the Virgin Mary, and his first miracles were performed while he was yet unborn. In this condition he regulated the diet of his virgin mother, and struck dumb a preacher who presumed to preach in her presence. At the hour of his birth St. Dewi performed a miracle, another when he was baptized, and he was taught his lessons, at a place called the Old Bush in South Wales, by a pigeon with a golden beak, which played about his lips. As he grew up, his miraculous powers waxed stronger. The magicians who opposed him were destroyed by fire, which he called from heaven to consume them. Thirsty, a fountain rose in Glynhodnant at his call, and from this fountain ran not water but good wine. When he went about the country, he was always accompanied by an angel. On the banks of the river Teffy, a miserable woman wept over her son, who lay dead. She appealed to Dewi, who laid hold of the boy's right hand, and he rose from the dead, as if from a sleep. At Llandowie Brefi, in Cardiganshire, as he was preaching on the surface of the flat ground, the ground rose as a high mount under his feet, so that the people all about could see him as well as hear him. A labourer lifted his pickaxe to strike a friend of Dewi's, which the saint, seeing from afar off, raised his hand and willed that the labourer's hand should become stiff, which it did. Another friend, going away to Ireland, forgot and left behind him a little bell that Dewi had given him. But Dewi sent the bell across the sea by an angel, so that it arrived there next day without the aid of human hands. And finally, having made up his mind that he would die and go to heaven, he did so, but quite of his own will, at his own request, so to speak. Having asked that his soul might be taken, an angel informed him it would be taken on the 1st of March proximo. So David bade his friends good-bye on the 28th of February, greatly to their distress. "Alas," they cried, "the earth will not swallow us. Alas, fire will not consume us. Alas, the sea will not come over the land. Alas, the mountains will not fall to cover us." On Tuesday night, as the cocks were crowing, a host of angels thronged the streets of the city, and filled it with joy and mirth, and Dewi died. The angels took his soul to the place where there is light without end, and rest without labour, and joy without sorrow, and plenty of all good things, and victory, and brightness, and beauty. There Abel is with the martyrs, Noah is with the sailors, Thomas is with the Indians, Peter is with the apostles, Paul is with the Greeks, other saints are with other suitable persons, and David is with the kings. On the summit which rose under St. Dewi while he stood on it and preached, now stands St. David's Church at Llandovery Brefi. In the days of its glory, i.e. during nearly the whole period of Roman Catholic rule, it was renowned beyond all others in Britain. To go twice to St. David's was deemed equal to going once to Rome, and a superstitious belief prevailed that every man must go to St. David's once, either alive or dead. William the Conqueror marched through Wales in hostile array in 1080, but arriving at St. David's shrine, laid aside the warrior for the votary. Part 7. St. Patrick's Day is celebrated in Wales with much enthusiasm. The Welsh believe that St. Patrick was a Welshman, born at Llandeio Talybont in Glamorganshire, and educated at the famous college at Llantwit Major. He held St. David's place till the coming of Dewi was announced to him. Then he went into Ireland, to do missionary work, as it were. This is the monastic tale. Patrick was comfortably settled in the valley of Rosina, and intended to pass his life there, but an angel came to him and said, "Thou must leave this place to one who is not yet born." Patrick was annoyed, even angered, but obedient, and went off to Ireland, where he became a great man. The story of the Iolo manuscript, however, presents the matter in a different light. About A.D. 420, the island of Britain seemed to have neither ruler nor proprietor. The Irish took advantage of this state of things to invade and oppress Britain, robbing her of corn, cattle, and every other movable property that they could lay their hands on. Among other things, they stole away St. Patrick from the college at Llantwit Major, whence that college became destitute of a principal and teacher for more than 40 years, and fell into dilapidation, a condition it remains in at present, by the way. Patrick never returned to Wales, choosing rather to reside in Ireland, having ascertained that the Irish were better people than the Welsh in those times. Still, it is not the native Welsh who are as a rule the celebrators of St. Patrick's Day in Wales. Part 8. Shrove Tuesday was once characterized by a custom called throwing at cocks, now obsolete. Hens which had laid no eggs before that day were threshed with a flail as being good for nothing. The person who hit the hen with the flail and killed her got her for his reward. The more reputable custom of cramming with cramwlthau pancakes still survives, and is undoubtedly of extreme antiquity. End of Book 3, Chapter 1.
Book 3, Chapter 2 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends, and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends, and Traditions by Wirt SIKES, Book 3, Chapter 2, Part 1. Wearing mourning throughout Lent was formerly common in Wales. In Monmouthshire, Mothering Sunday, the visiting of parents on Mid-Lent Sunday, was observed in the last century, but is nowhere popular in Wales at present. Palm Sunday takes precedence among the Welsh, and is very extensively and enthusiastically observed. The day is called Flowering Sunday, and its peculiar feature is strewing the graves of the dead with flowers. The custom reaches all classes and all parts of the Principality. In the large towns, as Cardiff, many thousands of people gather at the graves. The custom is associated with the strewing of palms before Christ on his entry into Jerusalem, but was observed by the British Druids in celebration of the awakening life of the earth at this season. Part 2. In Pembrokeshire it was customary up to the close of the last century to walk barefoot to church on Good Friday, as had been done since times prior to the Reformation. The old people and the young joined in this custom, which they said was done so as not to disturb the earth. All business was suspended, and no horse nor cart was to be seen in the town. Hot cross buns also figured in a peculiar manner at this time. They were eaten in Tenby after the return from church. After having tied up a certain number in a bag, the folk hung them in the kitchen, where they remained till the next Good Friday, for use as medicine. It was believed that persons laboring under any disease had only to eat a portion of a bun to be cured. The buns so preserved were used also as a panacea for all the diseases of domestic animals. They were further believed to be serviceable in frightening away goblins of an evil sort. That these buns are of Christian invention is the popular belief, and indeed this notion is not altogether exploded among the more intelligent classes. Their connection with the cross of the Saviour is possible by adoption, as the early Christians adopted many pagan rites and customs, but that they date back to prehistoric times there is abundant testimony. Innumerable are the superstitious customs and beliefs associated with Good Friday. In Pembrokeshire there was a custom called making Christ's bed. A quantity of long reeds were gathered from the river and woven into the shape of a man. This effigy was then stretched on a wooden cross and laid in some retired field or garden, and left there. The birth of a child on that day is very unlucky. Indeed, a birth on any Friday of the whole year is to be deprecated as a most unfortunate circumstance. Part 3. The bad odor in which Friday is everywhere held is naturally associated among Christians with the crucifixion, but this will not account for the existence of a like superstition regarding Friday among the Brahmins of India, nor for the prevalence of other lucky and unlucky days among both Aryan and Mongolian peoples. In the Middle Ages, Monday and Tuesday were unlucky days. A Welshman who lived some time in Russia tells me Monday is deemed a very unlucky day there, on which no business must be begun. In some English districts, Thursday is the unlucky day. In Norway, it is lucky especially for marrying. In South Wales, Friday is the fairies' day, when they have special command over the weather, and it is their whim to make the weather on Friday differ from that of other days of the week. When the rest of the week is fair, Friday is apt to be rainy or cloudy, and when the weather is foul, Friday is apt to be more fair. The superstitious prejudice of the quarrymen in North Wales regarding Holy Thursday has been cited. It is not a reverential feeling, but a purely superstitious one, and has pervaded the district from ancient times. It has been supposed that Thursday was a sacred day among the Druids. There is a vulgar tradition, mentioned by Giraldus, that Snowdon mountains are frequented by an eagle, which perches on a fatal stone on every Thursday and whets her beak upon it, expecting a battle to occur, upon which she may satiate her hunger with the carcasses of the slain. But the battle is ever deferred, and the stone has become almost perforated with the eagle's sharpening her beak upon it. There may perhaps be a connection traced between these superstitions and the lightning god Thor, whose day Thursday was. Part 4. Easter is marked by some striking customs. It is deemed essential for one's well-being that some new article of dress shall be donned at this time, though it be nothing more than a new ribbon. This is also a Hampshire superstition. A servant of mine, born in Hampshire, used always to say, "If you don't have on something new Easter Sunday, the dogs will spit at you." This custom is associated with Easter baptism, when a new life was assumed by the baptized, clothed in righteousness as a garment. A ceremony called lifting is peculiar to North Wales on Easter Monday and Tuesday. On the Monday, bands of men go about with a chair, and meeting a woman in the street, compel her to sit and be lifted 3 times in the air amidst their cheers. She is then invited to bestow a small compliment on her entertainers. This performance is kept up till 12 o'clock, when it ceases. On Easter Tuesday, the women take their turn and go about in like manner lifting the men. It has been conjectured that in this custom an allusion to the resurrection is intended. A custom, the name of which is now lost, was that the village belle should on Easter Eve and Easter Tuesday carry on her head a piece of chinaware of curious shape, made expressly for this purpose, and useless for any other. It may be described as a circular crown of porcelain, the points whereof were cups and candles. The cups were solid details of the crown, the candles were stuck with clay upon the spaces between the cups. The cups were filled with a native beverage called bragrud, and the candles were lighted. To drink the liquor without burning yourself or the damsel at the candle was the difficulty involved in this performance. A stanza was sung by the young woman's companions, the last line of which was, "Lest the maiden burn her forehead." Stocsio is an Easter Monday custom observed from time immemorial in the town of Aberconwy, and still practised there in 1835. On Easter Sunday, crowds of men and boys carrying wands of gorse went to Pen Twthill, and there proclaimed the laws and regulations of the following day. They were to this effect: All men under 60 to be up and out before 6 a.m. All under 40 before 4 a.m. All under 20 to stay up all night. Penalty for disobedience, the stocks. The crier who delivered this proclamation was the man last married in the town previous to Easter Sunday. Other like rules were proclaimed, amid loud cheers. Early next morning a party, headed by a fife and drum, patrolled the town with a cart in search of delinquents. When one was discovered, he was hauled from his bed and made to dress himself, then put in the cart and dragged to the stocks. His feet being secured therein, he was dully lectured on the sin of laziness, and of breaking the ancient law of the town by lying abed in violation thereof. His right hand was then taken, and he was asked a lot of absurd questions, such as, "Which do you like best, the mistress or the maid? Which do you prefer, ale or buttermilk? If the gate of a field were open, would you go through it, or over the stile?" and the like. His answers being received with derision, his hand was smeared with mud, and he was then released amid cheers. This sport, which would be impracticable in a larger and less intimate community, is continued with the greatest good humour until 8, when the rest of the day is spent in playing ball at the castle. Part 5. Ball playing against the walls of the church between hours of service was a fashion of Easter which is within recollection. It was also common on the Sabbath day itself in many parishes, in the days when dissent was unknown, and parishioners had long distances to traverse on a Sunday, and that too with the sanction of the clergyman and even his personal superintendents. Old people can remember such a state of things, when the clergyman gave notice that the game must cease by putting the ball into his pocket, and marched his young friends into church. Nowhere less than in a custom like this would the ordinary observer look for traditionary significance. Yet there is no doubt our Easter eggs are but another surviving form of the same ancient rite. Before the Reformation there was a Church of England custom of playing ball in church at Easter, according to Dr. Fosbrook, the dean and clergy participating. There were other sports and pastimes common alike to Easter and to the Sabbath day, which are full of curious interest. Some of them no doubt arose out of the social exigencies of sparsely settled neighbourhoods, which caused people to remain at the church between services, instead of returning to distant homes. But a Druidic origin seemed necessary to account for others. That the people should between services gather near the church to talk over the gossip of the day is natural enough, and is a phenomenon which may still be witnessed in remote parts of the United States. In St. Dogmell's parish, Pembrokeshire, there is a tump which bears the name of Canuck Iselwith, videlicet, the tump of lies. Here were men and women formerly in the habit of gathering together on the Lord's day in great crowds, and entertaining each other with the inventing and telling of the most lying and wonderful yarns they could conjure up, with the aid of an imagination spurred to exercise by rivalry and applause. The custom is discontinued, but there is still hardly a neighbourhood in Wales so rich in tales of fairies and other goblins. The custom of dancing in churchyards was common in many parts of the Principality in the early part of this century. At Aberdewi, Malkin saw a large yew tree in the churchyard, under which as many as 60 couples had been seen dancing at once. The dancing was not in that part of the yard consecrated to the dead, but on the north side of the church, where it was not the custom to bury. A tradition is preserved by Giraldus of a solemn festival dance which took place in the churchyard at St. Amalda's Church, Breconshire, on that saint's day. The dance was led round the churchyard with a song, and succeeded by the dancers falling down in a trance, followed by a sort of religious frenzy. This is believed to have been a Druidical rite, described on hearsay by Giraldus, and embellished by him with those pious inventions not uncommon in his day. One of the customs of Easter, at a comparatively recent period in Wales, was getting the children up early in the morning to see the sun dance. This exercise the sun was said to perform at rising on Easter day, in honour of the rising of our Lord. The sun was sometimes aided in this performance by a bowl of clear water, into which the youth must look to see the orb dance, as it would be dangerous to look directly on the sun while thus engaged. The religious dance of the ancient Druids is believed to exist in modern times in a round dance wherein the figures imitate the motions of the sun and moon. The ball playing in church mentioned above was also accompanied by dancing. Part 6. The The 1st of April is in Welsh called Calan Ebrill, and an April Fool, a Fwl Ebrill. The similarity of English and Welsh words may be said to typify the similarity of observance. The universality of this observance among Aryan peoples would certainly indicate an origin in a time preceding the dispersion of the human family over the world. The Druids, tradition says, celebrated the revival of nature's powers in a festival which culminated on the 1st of April in the most hilarious foolery. The Roman Saturnalia, or Feast of Fools, perpetuated the rite, though the purpose of the Christian revelry may quite possibly have been to ridicule the Druidic ceremonies. The festivities of May Day are in like manner associated with the powers of nature, whose vigor and productiveness were symbolized by the Maypole round which village lads and lasses danced. The rites of love were variously celebrated at this time, and some of these customs locally have long survived the Maypole itself. The ordinance for a destruction of Maypoles in England and Wales, printed in 1644, declared them a heathenish vanity generally abused to superstition and wickedness. Wherefore it was ordained that they should be destroyed, and that no Maypole should therefore be set up, erected, or suffered to be within this kingdom of England or dominion of Wales. The Maypole in Wales was called Bedwyn, because it was always made of birch bedw, a tree still associated with the gentler emotions. To give a lover a birchen branch is for a maiden to accept his addresses; to give him a collen or hazel, the reverse. Games of various sorts were played around the Bedwyn. The fame of a village depended on its not being stolen away, and parties were constantly on the alert to steal the Bedwyn, a feat which, when accomplished, was celebrated with peculiar festivities. This rivalry for the possession of the Maypole was probably typical of the ancient idea that the 1st of May was the boundary day dividing the confines of winter and summer, when a fight took place between the powers of the air on the one hand striving to continue the reign of winter, and on the other to establish that of summer. Here may be cited the Mabinogi of Kilhwch and Olwen, where it speaks of the daughter of Lludd la Eraint. She was the most splendid maiden in the 3 islands of the Mighty, and in the 3 islands adjacent, and for her does Gwyn ap Nudd, the fairy king, fight every 1st of May till the day of doom. She was to have been the bride of Gwythyr, the son of Gredol, and the Gwyn ap Nudd carried her off by force. The bereaved bridegroom followed, and there was a bloody struggle, in which Gwyn was victorious, and which he signalled by an act of frightful cruelty. He slew an old warrior, took out his heart from his breast, and constrained the warrior's son to eat the heart of his father. When Arthur heard of this, he summoned up Gwyn ap Nudd before him, and deprived him of the fruits of his victory. But he condemned the 2 combatants to fight for the radiant maiden henceforth for ever on every 1st of May till doomsday, the victor on that day to possess the maiden. Part 7. In the remote and primitive parish of Defynog, in Breconshire, until a few years since, a custom survived of carrying the King of Summer and the King of Winter. 2 boys were chosen to serve as the 2 kings, and were covered all over with a dress of brigau bedw, birchen boughs, only their faces remaining visible. A coin was tossed, and the boy chosen was the Summer King. A crown of bright-hued ribbons was put on his head. Upon the other boy's head was placed a crown of holly to designate the Winter King. Then a procession was formed, headed by 2 men with drawn swords to clear the way. 4 men supported the Summer King upon 2 poles, one under his knees and the other under his arms, and 4 others bore the Winter King in a similar undignified posture. The procession passed round the village and to the farmhouses near by, collecting largesse of coin or beer, winding up the perambulation at the churchyard. Here the boys were set free and received a dole for their services, the Winter King getting less than the other. Another midday custom among the boys of that parish was to carry about a rod from which the bark had been partly peeled in a spiral form, and upon the top of which was set either a cock or a cross, the bearers waking the echoes of the village with "Yo-ho! Yo-ho! Yo-ho!" End of Book 3, Chapter 2.
Book 3, Chapter 3 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES, Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 1. Midsummer Eve, or St. John's Eve, June the 23rd, is one of the ancient Druidic festivals, still liberally honoured in Wales. The custom of lighting bonfires survives in some of the villages, and at Pontypridd there are ceremonies of a solemn sort. Midsummer Eve in 1878 fell on a Sunday. Upon that day the Druids and bards at Pontypridd held the usual feast of the summer solstice in the face of the sun. There is a breezy common on the top of a high hill overlooking the town, where stand a Logan stone and a circle of upright stones constituting the temple of the Druids. Here it is the custom of the present-day adherents of that ancient religion, beside which Christianity is an infant, to celebrate their rites within the folds of the serpent, a circle marked with the signs of the zodiac. The venerable arch-druid, Myfa Morganwg, stands on the Logan stone, with a mistletoe sprig in his buttonhole, and prays to the god Kali, creator of sun, moon, stars, and universe. Then the white-bearded old man delivers a discourse, and new members are initiated into the mysteries. Occasionally these new members are Americans from over the sea, and they include both sexes. Large crowds gather to witness the impressive spectacle, a shadow of the ancient rites when from Belenian heights flamed high the sacrificial fires. It was a former belief that these fires protected the lands within their light from the machinations of sorcery, so that good crops would follow, and that their ashes were valuable as a medicinal charm. The snake stone is another striking Welsh tradition, associated with Midsummer Eve. At this time of the year there are certain convocations of snakes, which, hissing sociably together among one another, hiss forth a mystic bubble, which hardens into the semblance of a glass ring. The finder of this ring is a lucky man, for all his undertakings will prosper while he retains it. These rings are called Glaeniaw na Droed in Welsh, snake stones in English. They are supposed to have been used by the ancient Druids as charms. There is a Welsh saying respecting people who lay their heads together in conversation, that the talkers are blowing the gem. Part 2. The traditions connected with the Beltane fires are very interesting, but the subject has received so much attention in published volumes that it need not be here dwelt upon. The lad who in the United States capers around a bonfire on the night of Independence Day has not a suspicion that he is imitating the rites of an antiquity the most remote. That in burning a heap of barrels and boxes in a public square, the celebrators of the American 4th of July imitate the priests who thus worshipped the sun-god Beal. The origins of our most familiar customs are constantly being discovered in such directions as this. On the face of the thing, nothing could be more absurd as a mode of jollification in a little American town, with its wooden architecture, on a hot night in the midst of summer, than building a roaring fire to make the air still hotter and endanger the surrounding houses. The reason for the existence of such a custom must be sought in another land and another time. Had reflection governed the matter, instead of tradition, the American anniversary would have found some more fitting means of celebration than Druidic fires and Chinese charms. For it may be mentioned further, in this connection, that the firecrackers of our urchins are quite as superstitious in their original purpose as the bonfire is. In China, even to this day, firecrackers are charms pure and simple, their office to drive away evil spirits, their use as a means of jollification quite unknown to their inventors. A far more sensible midsummer rite, especially in a hot country, would have been to adopt the custom of St. Ulrich's Day, and eat fish. This saint's day falls on the 4th of July, and Barnab Goug's translation of Nau-Georgius has this couplet concerning it: Wheresoe'er Huldrych hath its place, the people there brings it, both carps and pikes and mullets fat, his favour here to win. Part 3. The Welsh saint called Cynog was one of the numberless children of that famous old patriarch Brychan Brycheiniog, and had his memory honoured, until a comparatively recent period, in the parish of Defynog. Here, on this saint's feast Monday, which fell in October, there was a custom called carrying Cynog. Cynog was represented by a man who was paid for his services with money or with a suit of clothes, sometimes a stranger from an adjoining parish, but on the last recorded occasion a drunken farmer of the neighbourhood. He was clad in dilapidated garments and borne through the village, after which he was tumbled headlong into the river amid the jeers of the crowd, to scramble out as best he might. It was not a very respectful way of commemorating a saint who had been buried 1,000 years or thereabouts, but such as it was, it died out early in the present century. The ducking which ended the performance has been supposed to be a Puritan improvement on what was before a religious ceremony or mystery. It is more than possibly a relic of the Druidic sacrificial rites. In cases where a river ran near, at the time of the Beltane fires, a sacrifice by water was substituted for that of flame. The feast of St. Cynog continued for a week. On the Tuesday there was a singular marketing in the churchyard. From all about, the farmers brought their tithe of cheese, and taking it to the churchyard, laid it on the tombstones, where it was sold for the parson's behoof. Part 4. All Hallows Eve is by the Welsh called Nos Calan Gaof, meaning the first night of winter. Sometimes Nos Sin Gaof, the night before winter. It is one of the Tair Nos Ysbryndos, or 3 nights for spirits, upon which ghosts walk, fairies are abroad, mysterious influences are in the air, strange sights are seen, and in short, goblins of every sort are to be with special freedom encountered. They may be conjured to appear by certain enchantments, and to give their visitors glimpses of the future, especially as regards the subject of marrying. On this night it is customary for the young people, gathered in many a merry circle, to seek by tricks and charms of various sort to become acquainted with their future lovers and sweethearts. Not that it is always necessary to employ such aids, for on the Tair Nos Ysbrydnos the phantoms of future companions have been known to appear unsummoned. There are many such stories as that of Thomas Williams, the preacher, who slept in the hills on a Nos Ysbrydnos, and although he used no charms nor tricks of any sort, he saw his future wife. As he was about to put out his light, having jumped into bed, the door opened, and the goblin mother of the young woman he subsequently married walked into the room, leading her daughter. "Here, Thomas," said she, "I am going, but I leave you Mary." And when he came down home out of the mountains, he found that the old mother had died in her bed at the very moment he saw her goblin. To have done less than marry the girl after that would have been to insult the good old lady's ghost, and cast reflections on the reputation of All Hallows Eve. The 2 other spirit nights, it may here be mentioned, are May Day Eve and Midsummer Eve, which, with All Hallows, were 3 great festivals of the ancient Druids, when they commemorated the powers of nature and love in the manner which has been alluded to. I have 2 accounts of this matter, however, and I know not which is the older in tradition, as I have both from the mouths of the people, but one account calls Christmas night the 3rd spirit night. The festivities of All Hallows in Wales are in the main like those of other Christian lands, in so far as they consist of feasting and making merry. Bonfires were kindled in many places until recently, and perhaps are still in some parts, again in pursuance of the Druidic rites, which the Christian Church adopted and continued while changing their significance. In Owen's account of the bards, occurs a curious description of the autumnal fires kindled in North Wales on the eve of the 1st of November, and the attendant ceremonies. There was running through the fire and smoke the casting of stones into the fire, all running off at the conclusion to escape from the black short-tailed sow. This custom of running through the fire is said to survive in Ireland. It is no doubt related to the ancient sacrificial rites. As testimonies to the kinship of our race, all these customs possess a deep interest, which is increased in this direction as they lose in the charm of the unique. On the Welsh border there prevails a Hallowe'en custom among the children of going about to the houses singing the rhymes which follow: Whistle, wastle, bread and postle, Cwrw da, plas I ma, an apple or a pear, a plum or a cherry, or any good thing to make us merry. Sol cakes, pray you, good missus, a sol cake, 1 for Peter and 2 for Paul, and 3 for the good man that made us all. The roads are very dirty, my shoes are very thin, I've got a little pocket to put a penny in. Up with the kettle and down with the pan, give us an answer and we'll began. A loud rap at the door, and then spoken, please give us a penny. Some of these rhymes are heard in Glamorganshire and elsewhere at Christmas and New Year's. The puzzling jug is a vessel in use in some quarters as a means of increasing the hilarity of a Hallowe'en party. It is a stone jug, out of which each person is compelled to drink. From the brim, extending about an inch below the surface, it has holes fantastically arranged so as to appear like ornamental work, and which are not perceived except by the perspicacious. 3 projections, of the size and shape of marbles, are around the brim, having a hole of the size of a pea in each. These communicate with the bottom of the jug through the handle, which is hollow, and has a small hole at the top, which, with 2 of the holes being stopped by the fingers, and the mouth applied to the one nearest the handle, enables one to suck the contents with ease. But this trick is unknown to everyone, and consequently a stranger generally makes some mistake, perhaps applying his mouth as he would to another jug, in which case the contents, generally ale, issue through the fissures on his person, to the no small diversion of the spectators. Another merry custom of All Hallows was, and is, tuco am falal, bobbing for apples. A large tub, cwch, is brought into the kitchen of a farmhouse and filled with water. A dozen apples are thrown into it, and the rustic youths bob for them with their mouths. To catch up 2 apples at a single mouthful is a triumphant achievement. Again, the revellers will form a semicircle before the fire, while there depends above their mouths, from a hook in the ceiling, a string with a stick attached. At one end of the stick is an apple, at the other end a candle. To snatch the apple with the lips and yet avoid the candle is the aim of the competitors. The stick is so hung that it turns easily on its axis, and the bobbers often find themselves catching the candle in their hair while aiming at the apple. This appears to be a relic of the ancient Welsh game of quintain or guntain. Part 5. November the 5th, the anniversary of the Gunpowder Plot, is much observed in Wales. God grant, said Bishop Sanderson in one of his sermons, that we nor ours ever live to see November the 5th forgotten, or the solemnity of it silenced. The words are similar to those used by a great American in the early days of the Republic, with regard to the 4th of July. God grant it might never be forgotten. But the rites by which both days are celebrated are as old as tradition, and much older than history. As the Americans have given a historical significance to bonfires and fireworks, so the English before them did to sacrificing a puppet on Guy Fawkes' Day, and so again some Catholic nations have made the rite a religious one, in the hanging of Judas. All 3 customs are traced to the same original, the ancient Druidic sacrifices to the sun god Beal or Moloch. It is noteworthy that the 5th of November and the 4th of July, or rather the fiery features of these days, are alike voted a nuisance by respectable and steady-going people in the countries to which they respectively belong. Part 6. On St. Clement's Day, the 23rd of November, it was customary in Pembrokeshire, in the last century, to parade an effigy of a carpenter, which had been hung to the church steeple the night before. Cutting the effigy down from where it hung, the people carried it about the village, repeating loudly some doggerel verses which purported to be the last will and testament of St. Clement, distributing to the different carpenters in town the several articles of dress worn by the effigy. After the image was thus stripped of its garments one by one, the padded remains were thrown down and carefully kicked to pieces by the crowd. End of Book 3, Chapter 3.
Book 3, Chapter 4 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 3, Chapter 4. 1. We now come to the most interesting holiday season of the year, by reason of its almost universality of observance among Christian peoples, and the variety of customs peculiar to it. In the land of Arthur and Merlin, it is a season of such earnest and widespread cordiality, such warm enthusiasm, such hearty congratulations between man and man, that I have been nowhere equally impressed with the genealogy and joyousness of the time. In some Catholic countries one sees more merriment on the day itself. Indeed, the day itself is not especially merry in Wales, at least in its out-of-door aspects. It is the season rather than the day which is merry in Wales. The festival is usually understood, throughout Christendom, to include 12 days. The Welsh people not only make much of the 12 days, but they extend the peculiar festivities of the season far beyond these limits. Christmas has fairly begun in Wales a week or two before Christmas Day. The waits are patrolling the streets of Cardiff as early as December 5th, and Christmas festivals are held as early as December 19th, at which Christmas trees are displayed, and the boughs denuded of the toys and lollipops in which the juvenile heart delights. After Christmas Day the festival continues, I know not just how long, but apparently for weeks. The characteristic diversions of the Christmas season are, in the main, alike in all Christian countries. In Wales, many well-known old customs are retained, which in some other parts of Great Britain have disappeared, such as the murmurers, the waits, carols, bell-ringings, etc. Not only do the bell-ringers of the several churches throughout the Principality do their handsomest on their own particular bells, but there are grand gatherings, at special points, of all the bell-ringers for leagues around, who vie with each other in showing what feats they can perform, how they can astonish you with their majors, bob-majors, and triple-bob-majors on the brazen clangors of the steeples. At Cowbridge, for instance, on Christmas will come together the ringers from Aberdare, Pernath, St. Fagans, Llantrisant, Llanbathian, and other places, 30 or 40 in number, and after they have rung till the air above the town is black with flying clefs and quavers from the steeples, they will all sit down to a jolly Christmas dinner at the Bear. The bands of waits, or pipers of the watch, who wake the echoes of the early morning with their carols, are heard in every Welsh town and village. In some towns there are several bands and much good-natured rivalry. The universal love of music among Welsh saves the waits from degenerating into the woe-begone creatures they are in some parts, where the custom has that poor degree of life which can be kept in it by shrivelling clusters of bawling beggars who cannot sing. Regularly organized and trained choirs of Welshmen perambulate the Cambrian country, chanting carols at Christmastide, and bands of musicians play who, in many cases, would not discredit the finest military orchestras. Carols are sung both in Welsh and English, and generally the waits are popular. If their music be not good, they are not tolerated. Irate gentlemen attack them savagely and drive them off. Not exactly that bootjacks and empty bottles are thrown at them, but they are excoriated in letters to the editor, in which strong language is hurled at them as intolerable nuisances, ambulatory disturbers of the night's quiet, and inflictors of suffering upon the innocent. But such cases are rare. The music is almost invariably good, and the effect of the soft strains of melodiously warbled Welsh coming dreamily to one's ears through the darkness and distance on a winter morning is sweet and soothing to most ears. Sometimes small boys will pipe their carols through the keyholes. The songs vary greatly in character, but usually the religious tone prevails, as in this case. As I sat on a sunny bank, a sunny bank, a sunny bank, all on Christmas morning, 3 ships came sailing by, sailing by, sailing by. Who do you think was in the ships? Who do you think was in the ships? Christ and the Virgin Mary. Both English and Welsh words are sung. Sometimes a group of young men and women will be seen dancing about the waits to the measure of their music, in the hours ayont the twale. In one aspect the Welsh people may be spoken of as a people whose lives are passed in the indulgence of their love for music and dancing. The air of Wales seems always full of music. In the Christmas season there is an unending succession of concerts and miscellaneous entertainments of which music forms a part, while you cannot enter an inn where a few are gathered together without the imminent probability that one or more will break forth in song. By this is not meant a general musical howl, such as is apt to be evoked from a room full of men of any nationality when somewhat under the influence of the rosy god, but good set songs, with good Welsh or English words to them, executed with respect for their work by the vocalists, and listened to with like respect by the rest of the company. When an Englishman is drunk, he is belligerent. When a Frenchman is drunk, he is amorous. When an Italian is drunk, he is loquacious. When a Scotchman is drunk, he is argumentative. When a German is drunk, he is sleepy. When an American is drunk, he brags. When a Welshman is drunk, he sings. Sometimes he dances, but he does not do himself credit as a dancer under these circumstances. For when I speak of dancing, I do not refer to those wooden paces and inflections which pass for dancing in society, and which are little more than an amiable pretext for bringing in contact human elements which are slow to mix when planted in chairs about a room. I refer to the individual dancing of men who do not dance for the purpose of touching women's hands or indulging in small talk, but for the purpose of dancing, and who apply themselves seriously and skillfully to their work, to wit, the scientific performance of a jig. I chanced to pass one evening, in the Christmas time, at a country inn in a little Carmarthenshire village remote from railways. Certain wanderings through green lanes, and the lanes were still green, although it was cold, mid-winter weather, had brought me to the place at dusk, and, being weary, I had resolved to rest there for the night. Some local festivity of the season had taken place during the day, which had drawn into the village an unusual number of farmer folk from the immediate neighbourhood. After a simple dinner off a chop, and a halfpenny of crodow, I strolled into what they called the smoke-room, by way of distinguishing it from the tap-room adjoining. It was a plain little apartment, with high-backed wooden settles nearly up to the ceiling, which gave an old-fashioned air of comfort to the place. 2 or 3 farmers were sitting there drinking their beer and smoking their pipes, and toasting their trouserless shins before the blazing fire. Presently a Welsh harper with his harp entered from outdoors, and seating himself in a corner of the room, he began to tune his instrument. The room quickly filled up with men and women, although no drinks but beer and pop were indulged in, save that some of the women drank tea. Bacchus never saw a more genial company. Some one sang an English song with words like these: "Thrice welcome, old Christmas, we greet thee again, with laughter and innocent mirth in thy train. Let joy fill the heart and shine on the brow, while we snatch a sweet kiss 'neath the mistletoe bough. The mistletoe bough, the mistletoe bough. We will snatch a sweet kiss 'neath the mistletoe bough." The words are certainly modern, and as certainly not of a high order of literary merit, but they are extremely characteristic of life at this season in Wales, where kissing under the mistletoe is a custom still honoured by observance. There was dancing, too, in this inn company, performed with stern and determined purpose to excel, by individuals who could do a jig and wished to do it well. The harper played a wild, lilting tune. A serious individual who looked like a schoolteacher took off his hat, bowed to the company, jumped into the middle of the floor, and began to dance like a madman. It was a strange sight. With a face whose grave earnestness relaxed no whit, with firmly compressed lips and knitted brow, the serious person shuffled and double shuffled, and swung and teetered, and flailed the floor with his rattling shoes, till the perspiration poured in rivulets down his solemn face. The company was greatly moved. Enthusiastic ejaculations in Welsh and English were heard, shouts of approbation and encouragement arose, and still the serious person danced and danced, ending at last with a wonderful pigeon wing, and taking his seat exhausted amid a tremendous roar of applause. Scenes like this are common throughout Wales at the Christmas time, and they contrast strangely with the austerities of religious observance which are everywhere proceeding. But there is not so wide a chasm between the two as would exist in some countries. The best church members frequently do not deem a little jollity of this sort a hanging matter, and there are ministers who can do a double shuffle themselves if the worst comes to the worst. A worthy pastor in Glamorganshire related to me, with a suspicious degree of relish, a story about two ministers who were once riding through a certain village of Wales on horseback. One was the Reverend Evan Harris, the other a celebrated old preacher named Shankin Harry. As they rode on, Harris noted his companion's legs twitching curiously on his horse's sides. "Why, what ails your leg?" he asked. "Don't you hear the harp?" was the reply. "In the public-house yonder. It makes my old toes crazy for a jig." But the moral tone of Wales is certainly better, on the whole, than that of most countries, better even than that of Great Britain generally, I should say. There is, I know, a prevailing impression quite to the contrary, but it is utterly absurd. It is an impression which has grown, I imagine, out of English injustice to Welshmen in former times, allied to English ignorance in those times concerning this people. Until within the last 100 years, English writers habitually wrote of Wales with contempt, and even scurrility. But no one can live in Wales and not form the opinion that the Welsh are, in truth, an exceptionally moral people. And the nature of their public entertainments throughout the Christmas time enforces this conclusion. Stendhal's declaration that, in true biblical countries, religion spoils 1 day out of 7, destroys the 7th part of possible happiness, would find strong illustration in Wales. It is not my purpose to argue whether the illustration would prove or disprove Stendhal's assertion, though one might fairly ask whether religious people are not, perhaps, as happy in going to church on Sunday as irreligious people are in staying away. 2. Let it not be supposed that there is any lack of amusement on Christmas Day for people who are willing to be amused in a God-fearing manner. Although you cannot go to the theatre or the circus, you can have a wide liberty of choice among oratorios, concerts, examinations, exhibitions, eisteddfodau, and other odd diversions. Concerts especially thrive. The halls in which they are held are decorated with evergreens, and the familiar custom is in Wales habitually and commonly associated with the ancient Druids, who viewed the green twigs as the symbols of perennial life. Thus a peculiar poetic grace rests with a custom beautiful in itself, and capable in any land of being poetized by anyone poetically inclined. Many of those unique gatherings called eisteddfodau are held in different parts of the Principality, when poetry, music, and essays, in Welsh and in English, are put forth by the strivers in these Olympian games of intellect and culture, after the prizes in which Hellas would have given them crowns of olive leaves instead of gold coins of the realm. When Pindar and Sophocles handed in poems, and Herodotus competed among the essayists, and Phidias and Praxiteles among the cutters of stone, there was no Christmas, but it is claimed that there were Eisteddfodau here in Wales. Ay, and before that, for has not Herodias spoken of the British bards who held them? 3. In the family circle, the rules which regulate the Sabbath in Wales, which are almost as repressive as those of bonny Scotland, where, by the way, Christmas Day is scarcely observed at all, are relaxed, and the aspect of the home is as bright as can be. The rooms are elaborately decorated with flowers and evergreens, holly and ivy, ferns and rare plants. In Glamorganshire and other of the southern counties, looking on the sea, roses and hawthorn sprays may be sometimes seen in full bloom out of doors at Christmas. The decoration of churches is also elaborate beyond anything I have elsewhere seen. It is a sight to behold, the preparations for, and the work of decorating, a vast pile of ecclesiastical buildings like Llandaff Cathedral, the huge quantities of evergreens and holly, flowers, cedars, etc., which are day by day accumulated by the ladies who have the business in charge, and the slow, continual growth of forms of grace, arches, crosses, wreaths, festoons, green coverings to font, altar, pulpit, choir stalls, pillars, reredos, and rood screen, panels faced with scarlet cloth bearing sacred devices worked in evergreen, the very window sills glowing with banks of color, until all the wide spaces in chancel, nave, and transepts are adorned. 4. Of common prevalence formerly, and still observed in numerous parishes, is the custom called the Plygain, or watching for the dawn. This consists in proceeding to the church at 3 o'clock on Christmas morning, and uniting in a service which is held by the light of small green candles made for the purpose. Sometimes the ceremony is observed at home, the people in a farmhouse holding a jollification on the Christmas Eve, and sitting up all the night to greet the dawn. If the east wind blew on the Christmas Eve, the circumstance was deemed propitious in this connection. This wind was called Gwynnet Trade I Mirror, the wind blowing over the feet of the corpses, because it blew towards the foot of the graves in the churchyards. It was also believed that the dumb animals paid their tribute of respect to this night. The bees would hum loudly in their hives at midnight, and the cattle in the cowhouses would bend their knees in adoration. A Christmas Eve custom among Welsh colliers is to carry from house to house a board stuck over with lighted candles, or to wheel a hand barrow containing a bed of clay in which the candles are stuck. This is called the Star, sometimes the Star of Bethlehem, and when stopping before a house the men kneel about it and sing a carol. A like custom exists in Belgium among children. The purpose is to solicit a Rhad Nadolig, or Christmas gift. 5. The British Boxing Day is well known, both as to its customs and its origin. The Christmas box, or thrift box, is still to be seen in barber shops in Wales, fastened to the wall, or standing conveniently under the looking-glass among the pots and brushes. At one time the custom became such a nuisance throughout Britain that an outcry was raised about it. It got to that pass that the butcher and baker would send their apprentices around among their customers to levy contributions. The English Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, in 1837, sent a circular to the different embassies requesting their excellencies and charge d'affaires to discontinue the customary Christmas boxes, to the messengers of the Foreign Department, domestic servants of Viscount Palmerston, foreign postmen, etc. The nuisance is hardly less prevalent now. The faithful postman in Wales not only expects to be remembered at Christmas, but he expects to be given a precise sum, and if he does not get it he is capable of asking for it. In one case a postman, accustomed to receive 5 shillings at a certain office, on asking for his box, was told the usual donor was absent in London, whereupon he requested the clerk to write up to him in London immediately on the subject. These things strike a stranger as very singular, among a people usually so self-respecting. Warnings are from time to time issued on the subject by those in authority, but the custom is likely to survive, so long as it is not ranked outright with beggary. Like the Christmas tree, it is a graceful thing among the children, or among friends or household servants, if spontaneous, but as a tax it is an odious perversion. Footnote. Among those who last Christmas applied at my house for his box, sir, if you please, as my maid put it, quite as a matter of course, were the postman, the leader of the waits, the boy who brings the daily newspapers, the bookseller's boy, the chimney sweep, the dustman, the grocer's man, etc., etc., no one of whom I had ever set eyes on. The equal of this I never encountered, except in Paris, on the Jour de l'An. End of footnote. 6. The pagan origin of most of our Christmas customs is undoubted. Even the cheery Christmas tree is a symbol of heathen rites in times long antedating Christ. The early Christian fathers, in adopting the popular usages of their predecessors and bending them to the service of Christianity, made wondrous little change in them beyond the substitution of new motives and names for the old festivals peculiar to several seasons of the year. The British Druids' Feast of Alban Arthur, celebrating the new birth of the sun, occurred at our Christmas time and is still celebrated at Pontypridd, Glamorganshire, every year. It begins on the 22nd of December and lasts 3 days, during which period the sun is supposed to fight with Avagddu, the spirit of darkness, the great illuminary having descended into hell for that purpose. On the 3rd day he rose, and the bards struck their harps, rejoicing that the sun had again been found. The Pontypridd ceremonies are similar to those of Midsummer Day, already mentioned. The Archdruid presides in the folds of the serpent circle, when he can get there, that is, for he is old, past 80, and the Druidic hill is apt to be slippery with snow and ice at this time of year. He prays to the pagan god, and perhaps chants a poem in Welsh. The Druidic fires of the winter solstice feast were continued in customs like that which survived in Herefordshire until recent years, when on Old Christmas Eve 13 fires were lighted in a cornfield, 12 of them being in a circle round a central one, which burned higher than the rest. The circle fires were called the 12 Apostles, and the central one the Virgin Mary. In a shed near by was a cow with a plum cake between or upon her horns, into whose face a pail of cider was dashed, with a rhyming address, and the cow, tossing her horns from her unexpected baptism, naturally threw the plum cake down. If it fell forward, good harvests were predicted. If backwards, the omen was evil. A feast among the peasants followed. In the Plygain, in like manner, survives the Druidic custom of going to the sacred groves before dawn on this morning, to greet the rising of the newborn sun after his struggle with the evil principle. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 3, Chapter 5. 1. Welsh courtship is a thoroughgoing business, early entered upon by the boys and girls of the Principality, and consequently most Welsh women marry young. The ancient laws of Howell the Good, died 948, expressly provided that a woman should be considered marriageable from 14 upwards, and should be entitled to maintenance from that age until the end of her 40th year. That is to say, from 14 to 40 she ought to be considered in her youth. By every sort of moral suasion it is deemed right in Wales to encourage matrimony, and nowhere are old bachelors viewed with less forbearance. There used to be a custom, I know not whether it be extinct now, of expressing the popular disapprobation for celibacy by planting on the graves of old bachelors that ill-scented plant, the rue, and sometimes thistles, nettles, henbane, and other unlovely weeds. The practice was even extended, most illiberally and unjustly, to the graves of old maids, who certainly needed no such insult added to their injury. Probably the custom was never very general, but grew out of similar, but other meaning, customs which are still prevalent, and which are very beautiful. I refer to the planting of graves with significant flowers in token of the virtues of the dead. Thus, where the red rose is planted on a grave, its tenant is indicated as having been in life a person of peculiar benevolence of character. The flower specially planted on the grave of a young virgin is the white rose. There is also an old custom, at the funeral of a young unmarried person, of strewing the way to the grave with evergreens and sweet-scented flowers, and the common saying in connection therewith is that the dead one is going to his or her marriage bed. Sad extremely, and touchingly beautiful, are these customs, but wherever such exist, there are sure to be ill-conditioned persons who will vent spiteful feelings by similar means. Hence the occasional affront to the remains of antiquated single folk, who have been perhaps of a temperament which rendered them unpopular. The Welsh being generally of an affectionate disposition, courtship, as I have said, is a thorough-going business. To any but a people of the strongest moral and religious tendencies, some of their customs would prove dangerous in the extreme, but no people so link love and religion. More of their courting is done while going home from church than at any other time whatever. And the Welsh Venus is a holy saint, and not at all a wicked pagan character like her classic prototype. Holy Dwynwen, goddess of love, daughter of Brychan, had a church dedicated to her in Anglesey in 580, and for ages her shrine was resorted to by desponding swains and lovesick maidens. Her name, Twyn, to carry off, and Wen, white, signifies the bearer off of the palm of fairness, and, ruling the court of love while living, when dead, 1,000 bleeding hearts her power invoked. Throughout the poetry of the Cymric bards you constantly see the severest moral precepts and the purest pictures of virtuous felicity mingling in singularly perfect fusion with the most amorous strains. Among the choice things of Geraint, the famous blue bard, were a song of ardent love for the lip of a fair maid, a softly sweet glance of the eye, and love without wantonness, a secluded walking place to caress one that is fair and slender, to reside by the margin of a brook in a tranquil dell of dry soil, a house small and warm, fronting the bright sunshine. With these, versifications of all the virtues and moralities. In the whole range of Cymric poetry, says the learned Thomas Stephens, there is not, I venture to assert, a line of impiety. 2. The Welsh words sopen and sipio mean a bundle and to bundle, and they mean a squeezed-up mass and to squeeze together, but there is a further meaning, equivalent to our word baggage, as applied to a strumpet. The custom of bundling is still practiced in certain rural neighbourhoods of Wales. To discuss its moral character is not my province in these pages, but I may properly record the fact that its practice is not confined to the irreligious classes. It is also pertinent here to recall the circumstance that among these people anciently courtship was guarded by the sternest laws, so that any other issue to courtship than marriage was practically impossible. If a maiden forgot her duty to herself, her parents, and her training, when the evil result became known, she was to be thrown over a precipice. The young man who had abused the parents' confidence was also to be destroyed. Murder itself was punished less severely. Customs of promiscuous sleeping arose, in the earliest times, out of the necessities of existence in those primitive days, when a whole household lay down together on a common bed of rushes, strewn on the floor of the room. In cold weather they lay close together for greater warmth, with their usual clothing on. Caesar's misconception that the ancient Britons were polyandrous polygamous evidently had here its source. It is only by breathing the very atmosphere of an existence whose primitive influences we may thus ourselves feel, that we can get a just conception of the underlying forces which govern a custom like this. Of course, it is sternly condemned by every advanced moralist, even in the neighbourhoods where it prevails. An instance came to my knowledge but a short time ago, in 1877, where the vicar of a certain parish Midrim, Carmarthenshire, exercised himself with great zeal to secure its abolition. Unfortunately, in this instance, the good man was not content with abolishing bundling. He wanted to abolish more innocent forms of courting, and worst of all, he turned his ethical batteries chiefly upon the lads and lasses of the dissenting congregation. Of course, it was not the vicar's fault that the bundlers were among the meeting-house worshippers, and not among the established church-goers, but nevertheless it injured the impartiality of his championship in the estimation of the Methodies. I am not sure the bundling might not have ceased, in deference to his opinions, notwithstanding, if he had not, in the excess of his zeal, complained of the young men for seeing the girls home after meeting, and casually stretching the walk beyond what was necessary. Such intermeddling as this taxed the patience of the courting community to its extreme limit, and it assumed a rebellious front. The vicar, quite undaunted, pursued the war with vigor. He smote the enemy hip and thigh. He returned to the charge with the assertion that these young people had schools for the art of kissing, a metaphorical expression, I suppose, and that they indulged in flirtation. This was really too much. Bundling might or might not be an exclusively dissenting practice, but the most unreasonable of vicars must know that kissing and flirtation were as universal as the parish itself. And so there was scoffing and flouting of the vicar, and, as rebounds are proverbially extreme, I fear there is now more bundling in Midrim than ever. 3. The customs of Rhamanta, or romantic divination, by which lovers and sweethearts seek to pierce the future, are many and curious in all parts of Wales. Besides such familiar forms of this widely popular practice as sleeping on a bit of wedding cake, etc., several unique examples may be mentioned. One known as the maid's trick is thus performed, and none must attempt it but true maids, or they will get themselves into trouble with the fairies. On Christmas Eve, or on one of the 3 spirit nights, after the old folks are abed, the curious maiden puts a good stock of coal on the fire, lays a clean cloth on the table, and spreads thereon such store of eatables and drinkables as her larder will afford. Toasted cheese is considered an appropriate luxury for this occasion. Having prepared the feast, the maiden then takes off all her clothing, piece by piece, standing before the fire the while, and her last and closest garment she washes in a pail of clear spring water, on the hearth, and spreads it to dry across a chair back turned to the fire. She then goes off to bed and listens for her future husband, whose apparition is confidently expected to come and eat the supper. In case she hears him, she is allowed to peep into the room, should there be a convenient crack or keyhole for that purpose, and it is said there be unhappy maids who have believed themselves doomed to marry a monster, from having seen through a cranny the horrible spectre of a black-furred creature with fiery eyes, its tail lashing its sides, its whiskers dripping gravy, gorging itself with the supper. But if her lover came, she will be his bride that same year. In Pembrokeshire, a shoulder of mutton with 9 holes bored in the blade bone is put under the pillow to dream on. At the same time, the shoes of the experimenting damsel are placed at the foot of the bed, in the shape of a letter T, and an incantation is said over them, in which it is trusted by the damsel that she may see her lover in his everyday clothes. In Glamorganshire, a form of Rhamanta still exists which is common in many lands. A shovel being placed against the fire, on it a boy and a girl each put a grain of wheat side by side. Presently these edge toward each other. They bob and curtsy, or seem to, as they hop about. They swell and grow hot, and finally pop off the shovel. If both grains go off together, it is a sign the young pair will jump together into matrimony. But if they take different directions, or go off at different times, the omen is unhappy. In Glamorganshire also this is done. A man gets possession of a girl's garters, and weaves them into a true lover's knot, saying over them some words of hope and love in Welsh. This he puts under his shirt, next to his heart, till he goes to bed, when he places it under the bolster. If the test be successful, the vision of his future wife appears to him in the night. 4. A curious rhamantha among farm women is thus described by a learned Welsh writer. The maiden would get hold of a pullet's first egg, cut it through the middle, fill one half shell with wheaten flour and the other with salt, and make a cake out of the egg, the flour, and the salt. One half of this she would eat, the other half was to be put in the foot of her left stocking under her pillow that night, and after offering up a suitable prayer she would go to sleep. What with her romantic thoughts and her thirst after eating this salty cake, it was not perhaps surprising that the future husband should be seen, in a vision of the night, to come to the bedside bearing a vessel of water or other beverage for the thirsty maid. Another custom was to go into the garden at midnight, in the season when the black seed was sown, and sow leeks, with 2 garden rakes. One rake was left on the ground, while the young woman worked away with the other, humming to herself the while, "A soul sith I gled fidio, doed I gid grabinio," or in English, "He that would a life partner be, let him also rake with me." There was a certain young Welsh woman who, about 80 years ago, performed this rhamantha, when who should come into the garden but her master? The lass ran into the house in great fright, and asked her mistress, "Why have you sent master out into the garden to me?" "Weel, weel," replied the good dame, in much heaviness of heart, "make much of my little children." The mistress died shortly after, and the husband eventually married the servant. The sterner sex have a form of rhamantha, in which a knife plays a part. This is to enter the churchyard at midnight, carrying a thwicca, which is a sort of knife made out of an old razor, with a handle of sheep or goat horn, and encircle the church edifice 7 times, holding the thwicca at arm's length, and saying, "Demar thwicca, plimar wern." Here's the thwicca, where's the sheath? End of Book 3, Chapter 5.
Book 3, Chapter 6 of British Goblins, Welsh folklore, fairy mythology, legends and traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. British Goblins, Welsh folklore, fairy mythology, legends and traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 1. Wales retains several ancient customs in connection with weddings, which are elsewhere extinct. No one who has ever paid any attention to Wales and its ways can have failed to hear of that most celebrated rite, the bidding, which is, however, one of the several picturesque survivals less well known to the outer world. The bidding wedding must be spoken of as an existing custom, although it be confined to rural neighbourhoods in South Wales, and to obscure and humble folk. Those who strive to prove that all such customs are obsolete everywhere, a thankless and even ungraceful task it seems to me, will not admit that the bidding has been known since 1870. I have evidence, however, that in Pembroke, Cardigan, and Carmarthenshires, the custom did not cease on the date named, and there is every probability that it prevails today. Nothing could be of smaller importance, it is true, than the precise date on which a given custom recently ceased, since any one may revive it next year who chooses to do so. The bidding is an invitation sent by a couple who are about to be married, soliciting the presents and donations of the neighbours on their behalf. The presents may be either sums of money or necessaries. Gifts of bread, butter, cheese, tea, sugar, and the like are common, and sometimes articles of farming stock and household furniture. All gifts of money are recognized by a sort of promissory note, i.e., by setting down the name and residence of the donor, with the amount given, and when a like occasion arises on the part of the giver, the debt is religiously paid. The obligation is an absolute one, and its legality has actually been recognized by the Court of Great Sessions at Cardiff. The gift is even claimable under other circumstances than the donor's getting married. Another sort of contribution is the eatables and drinkables which are set before the guests. These are only repayable when required on a like occasion. The method of bidding the guests was until lately through a personage called the gwahoddwr (inviter or bidder), who tramped about the country some days beforehand, proclaiming the particulars to everybody he met. He usually recited a doggerel set of rhymes before and after the special invitation, a composition of his own, or understood to be such, for rhyme-making was a part of the talent of a popular bidder. Frequently no little humour was displayed in the bidding song. But since the printing press became the cheap and ready servant of the humblest classes, the occupation of the bidder has gradually fallen to decay. A printed circular serves in his place. At the shop of a printer in Carmarthen I procured a copy of the following bidding circular, which may be a real document or a fictitious one. Carmarthenshire, July 4th, 1862. As we intend to enter the matrimonial state, on Wednesday the 30th of July instant, we purpose to make a bidding on the occasion, the same day, at the young man's father's house, called Taubuchy, in the parish of Llanfair ary Bryn, when and where the favour of your good and agreeable company is respectfully solicited, and whatever donation you may please to confer on us will then be thankfully received, warmly acknowledged, and cheerfully repaid whenever called for on a similar occasion. By your most obedient servants, Owen Gwynn, Ellen Morgan. The young man, his father and mother, Llewellyn and Margaret Gwynn of Taubuchy, his brother, Evan Gwynn, Maisy Blodow, his sisters, Gladys and Hannah, and his aunt, Mary Bowen, Llwynne Fedwan, Llannon, desire that all gifts of the above nature due to them be returned to the young man on the above day, and will be thankful for all additional favours granted. The young woman, her father, Rhys Morgan Castelli Mock, and her brothers and sister, Howell, Gruffydd, and Gwenllian Morgan, desire that all gifts of the above nature due to them be returned to the young woman on the above day, and will be thankful for all additional favours conferred on her. The young man's company will meet in the morning at Taubuchy, and the young woman's at Panty Clachwyd, near the village of Llansadorn. The bidding is sometimes held on the day of the wedding, and sometimes on the day and night before it. The custom varies in different districts, as all these customs do. When the latter is the case, the night is an occasion of great merrymaking, with much consumption of cwrw and dancing to the music of the harp, for poor indeed would be the Welsh community that could not muster up a harper. This festival is called Nos Blaen, or preceding night, and is a further source of income to the couple, for the sale of cakes and the cwrw. Base is the slave who pays, is a phrase emphatically reversed at a Welsh wedding. The bidding is but one form of a feature of Welsh life which extensively prevails, known by the term cymhorth. The bidding is a priodas cymhorth. The cyfarfod cymhorth, or assistance meeting, is much the same thing, minus the wedding feature. The customs of the latter festival are, however, often of a sort distinctly tending toward matrimonial results as an eventuality. A number of farmer girls of the humbler sort will gather at a stated time and place to give a day's work to one needing assistance, and after a day spent in such toil as may be required, the festival winds up with jollity in the evening. The day is signalized on the part of those youths in the neighbourhood who are interested in the girls, by tokens of that interest in the shape of gifts. The lass who receives a gift, accompanied by a twig of birch, is thereby assured of her lover's constancy. To her whom the young man would inform of his change of heart, a sprig of hazel is given. An earlier feature of this ceremony was the MaryAnn, who presented the gifts in the name of the lover. This personage was disguised fantastically, and would lead the young woman he selected into another room, where he would deliver the gift and whisper the giver's name. The antiquity of the bidding as a local custom is undoubted. The old-time gwahoddwr was a person of much importance, skilled in pedigrees and family traditions, and himself of good family. A chieftain would assume the character in behalf of his vassal, and hostile clans respected his person as he went about from castle to castle, from hall to hall. He bore a garlanded staff as the emblem of his office, and on entering a dwelling would strike his staff upon the floor to command the attention of the group before him, and then begin his address. Part II. The horse wedding is of more ancient origin than the bidding, and is still a living custom in some parts of Wales, especially Carmarthenshire and western Glamorganshire. It was in other days common throughout South Wales, and was scolded about by old Malkin, generally very cordial in his praise of Welsh customs, in these spicy terms: "Ill may it befall the traveller who has the misfortune of meeting a Welsh wedding on the road. He would be inclined to suppose that he had fallen in with a company of lunatics, escaped from their confinement. It is the custom of the whole party who are invited, both men and women, to ride full speed to the church porch, and the person who arrives there first has some privilege or distinction at the marriage feast. To this important object all inferior considerations give way, whether the safety of his Majesty's subjects, who are not going to be married, or their own, incessantly endangered by boisterous, unskilful, and contentious jockeyship." Glamorganshire is here spoken of. The custom varies somewhat in different localities, but it preserves the main feature, to force the bride away from her friends, who then gallop after her to church, arriving toujours trop tard, of course, like the carabineers in Les Brigands. There have been cases, however, when the bride was caught by a member of the pursuing party, and borne away, an incident which occurred in the knowledge of an acquaintance, who related it to me. As may readily be inferred, the bride in this case was not unwilling to be caught. In fact, she was averse to marrying the man who was taking her to church, and who was her parents' choice, not her own. The lover who had her heart caught up with her by dint of good hard riding, and whisked her on his horse within sight of the church door, to the intense astonishment of the bridegroom, who gazed at them open-mouthed as they galloped away. He thought at first it was a joke, but as the lovers disappeared in the distance the truth dawned upon him. A Welsh custom had served something like its original purpose. But usually the whole performance is a vehicle for fun of the most good-natured and innocent sort. It begins by the arrival of the neighbours on horseback at the residence of the expectant bridegroom. An eye-witness to a certain wedding-gathering in Glamorganshire a few years ago states that the horsemen exceeded 100 in number. From among them a deputation was chosen to go, still on horseback, to the bride's residence to make formal demand for her. Her door was barred inside, and the demand was made in rhyme, and replied to in the same form from within. It often happens that a brisk contest of wits signalizes this proceeding, for if the voice of any one within is recognized by one of those outside, his personal peculiarities are made the subject of satirical verses. A voice being recognized as that of a man who was charged with sheep-stealing, this rhyme was promptly shouted at him: "Ah, sheep-stealer, art thou a guardian of the fair one? If the doors were not locked thou wouldst steal the bride in broad daylight." The doors are opened in the end, of course, and after refreshments the wedding party gallops off to church. The bride is stolen away and borne off to a distance on her captor's horse, but only in sport. Her captor brings her back to the church, where she is quietly married to the proper person. Sometimes the precaution is taken of celebrating the marriage privately at an early hour, and the racing takes place afterward. Obstructions are raised by the bride's friends to prevent the bridegroom's party from coming to her house, and these difficulties must be overcome ere the bride can be approached. Sometimes a mock battle on the road is a feature of the racing to church. The obstructions placed in the road in former days included the gwyntin, a sort of game of skill, which seems to have been used by most nations in Europe, called in English the quintain. It was an upright post, upon which a cross-piece turned freely, at one end of which hung a sand-bag, the other end presenting a flat side. At this the rider tilted with his lance, his aim being to pass without being hit in the rear by the sand-bag. Other obstructions in use are ropes of straw and the like. There is a Welsh custom called chaining, which probably arose out of the horse wedding, and still prevails. In the village of Sketty, Glamorganshire, in August, 1877, I saw a chaining on the occasion of a marriage between an old lady of 80 and a man of 50. The affair had made so much talk, owing to the age of the bride, that the whole village was in the streets. While the wedding ceremony was in progress, a chain was stretched across the street, forming a barrier which the wedding party could not pass till the chainers were tipped. The driver of the carriage containing the newly wedded pair was an Englishman, and ignorant of the custom, at which he was naturally indignant. His angry efforts to drive through the barrier made great sport for the Welshmen. The origin of the Welsh horse wedding may be traced to the Romans, if no further back, and may thus be connected with the rape of the Sabines. That the Romans had an exactly similar custom is attested by Apuleius, and it is said to have been established by Romulus in memory of the Sabine virgins. It is not improbable that the Romans may have left the custom behind them when they quitted this territory in the 5th century, after nearly 300 years' rule. Part 3. Among the wealthier classes of Wales, certain joyous and genial wedding customs prevail, such as are common in most parts of the British Isles, but which do not reappear in the New World across the Atlantic. A fact by which American life is a heavy loser, in my opinion. When the rector of Merthyr's daughter, to use the form of speech common, was married, a few months since, the tenants of the estate erected arches of evergreens over the roads, and adorned their houses with garlands, and for 2 or 3 days the estate was a scene of festivity, ending with the distribution of meat to the poor of the parish. Such festivities and such decorations are common on the estates of the country gentry not only, but in the towns as well. At Tenby, when the High Sheriff's son was married to the rector of Tenby's daughter in 1877, garlands of flowers were hung across the High Street, bearing pleasant mottoes. White flags and banners fluttered from housetops in all directions. Children strewed flowers in the bride's path as she came out of church, while the bells in the steeple chimed a merry peal, and a park of miniature artillery boomed from the pierhead. This custom of children strewing flowers in the path of the new-made bride is common. So also is that of throwing showers of rice after the wedded pair, by way of expressing good wishes, a pleasanter thing to be thrown under these circumstances than the old shoes of tradition. However, since fashion has taken up the custom of rice-throwing and shoe-throwing, the shoes have become satin slippers. As far back as the 16th century, throwing an old shoe after any one going on an important errand was deemed lucky in Wales. It is thought that in the case of a bride, the custom is derived from the old Jewish law of exchange, when a shoe was given in token that the parents for ever surrendered all dominion over their daughter. But a precisely similar custom prevails in China, where it is usual for the bride to present her husband with a pair of shoes, by way of signifying that for the future she places herself under his control. These are carefully preserved in the family, and are never given away, like other worn-out articles, it being deemed that to part with them portends an early separation between husband and wife. The custom of rice-throwing is also Chinese, the rice being viewed as a sign of abundance. In Sicily, as in some parts of England, wheat is thrown on the bride's head. In Russia, a handful of hops. In the north of England, a plateful of shortcake. In Yorkshire, bits of the bride-cake. All these customs, while popularly done for luck, are apparently symbolical of the obedience and the fruitfulness of the newly wedded wife. And as in Scandinavia, the bride tries to get her husband to pick up her handkerchief as an omen of his obeying instead of compelling obedience, so in China the bride tries to sit on a part of her husband's dress. The vulgar story and adage, bandbox now, bandbox always, expresses the superstition succinctly. There is a saying current on the Welsh border that when rosemary flourishes in the garden of a married pair, the lady rules the roast, as the phrase is. though if there is anything a woman should rule, one would think that the roast is that thing. "That be rosemary, sir," said an old gardener in Herefordshire, pointing to where the plant grew. "They say it grows but where the missus is master, and it do grow here like wildfire." The idea of feminine obedience to masculine will, merely because it is masculine, is in itself looked upon as a superstition by all cultivated people in these days, I suppose. Sex aside, if the truth were known, it would be found that the stronger is the ruler, in all lands, under all customs, be the outward show of the ruling more or less, and it is not always where the public sees it most clearly, or fancies it does, that the rule of the dame is sternest. The strength here employed is not virile strength. There is nothing necessarily masculine about it. The severest mistress of her lord I ever knew was a feeble little woman with hands like a baby's and a face of wax, with no more will power, apparently, than a week old kitten, but whose lightest whim lay on her lord like iron, and was obeyed as faithfully as if it were backed by a cat-o'-nine-tails and a six-shooter. To return for a moment to our Welsh wedding customs among the wealthier classes. When the couple return from their bridal tour, the fun often begins all over again. Thus at Lampeter, on the edge of Cardiganshire, last September, when Mr. and Mrs. Jones of Glandennis, Roberts of the Dingle, Williams of Paldw, such cognomens take the place in Wales of the distinctive names which separate Englishmen one from another, and from Jones of Nevada. When Jones of Glandennis brought home his bride, the whole neighbourhood was agog to greet them. Thousands of people gathered in a field near the station, and passed their time in athletic sports till the train arrived, when they woke the echoes with their cheers. The Joneses entered their carriage, the horses were unharnessed, and a long procession of tenantry, headed by a brass band, dragged the carriage all the way to Glandennis, 2 miles off, some bearing torches by the side of the carriage. Arches of evergreens were everywhere, and when they got to the house, nothing would do but Mrs. Jones must appear at a window and make a little speech of thanks to the crowd, which she did accordingly, a thing in itself shocking to superstitious ideas of chivalry, but in strictest accord with the true chivalric spirit toward woman. Then fireworks blazed up the sky, and bonfires were lighted on the tops of all the adjoining hills. Lampeter town was illuminated, and nobody went to bed till the small hours. After marriage, Welsh women still in some cases retain their maiden names, a custom formerly universal among them. The wife of John Thomas, though the mother of a houseful of children, may be habitually known among her neighbours as Betty Williams. In other cases she not only assumes her husband's name, but the name of his calling as well. If he is Dick Shon the tailor, she is simply Mrs. Dick Shon the tailor. Part 4. A custom called the coolstrin is now apparently obsolete, unless in occasional rural communities remote from railroads. It resembles the old custom once known in certain parts of England, called the skimmetry or skimmington, in which a man whose wife had struck him was forced to ride behind a woman, with his face to the horse's tail, while a band of pans and cow-horns made music for them. The Welsh custom is, however, more elaborate and more comical, while it is less severe on the man. A husband who is suspected of having a termagant wife is made the subject of espionage. If it be found that he drinks his mug of ale standing, with his eye twinkling toward the door, the circumstance is considered most suspicious. Efforts are accordingly made to induce the hen-pecked man to stay and be merry, and if he can be made drunk, a great point is gained, as then a squad of volunteers take him inside his own door and critically observe his reception. A moral point involved appears to be that a henpecked husband is a disgrace to manhood in general, and the purpose of the coolstrin is to reform it altogether. However, although it may be proved that a woman is in the habit of cuffing her husband, the case does not come under the jurisdiction of the coolstrin court until she has drawn blood on him. Then the court is convened. It is composed, no doubt, of any rakehelly youngsters, married or single, who are ripe for sport. One of them is chosen for judge. A special point is that he must be a married man who is not afraid of his wife, and he is invested with robe and gown, that is to say, the collar-bone of a horse is set on his head, around the crown of a slouch hat, and a bed-quilt is made fast to his shoulders. He marches through the streets with a youth behind him bearing his bed-quilt train, and mounts a chosen wall for a judge's bench. Officers with long white wands range themselves solemnly on either side of him. Men are chosen as advocates, and a posse of rustics with pitchforks keep order. The court is opened by a crier who calls on all good men who as yet wear their own clothes, to attend the court. The case is argued by the advocates. Witnesses are examined to prove, first, that the man is henpecked, second, that his wife has struck him and drawn blood with the blow. In one case it was proved that the wife had knocked her beery lord down, and that his nose, striking a stool, had bled. The wife's advocate nearly gravelled the judge by holding that the blood drawn by a stool could not be said to have been drawn by the woman. The judge got over this by deciding that if the woman had taken the stool by one of its 3 legs and hit the man, drawing blood, the blood would be clearly chargeable to her. "And where is the difference," asked he, triumphantly, "between knocking the stool against him and knocking him against the stool?" The woman was found guilty. "For," said the prosecuting attorney, indignantly, "if a man shan't drink a blue of beer with a neighbour or so, to what won't it come?" Her condemnation followed, to be ridden on the Ceffyl Pren. A derisive procession was formed, and 2 fellows were rigged up to personate the husband and wife. The male bore a broom, and the female brandished a ladle, and the 2 were paraded through the town. A band of musicians marched before them, beating frying-pans with marrow-bones, banging gridirons and kettles with pokers, tongs, and shovels, and 2 playing on a fife and drum. These were followed by 2 standard-bearers, one bearing a petticoat on top of a pole, the other a pair of breeches in the same manner. Other odds and ends of rabble made up the procession, which with antic and grimace marched about the village and neighbourhood. The orgy ended by the planting in front of the culprit's house of the pole and petticoat, and the pelting of it with addled eggs, stones, and mud, till it fell to the ground. The noble bifurcated emblem of manhood, the clos, was then elevated proudly aloft, and the woman's punishment was deemed complete. This is the story of a rural village in Glamorganshire. The custom was known in other counties, and varied in its details. In Breconshire the virago was punished through the Ceffyl Pren merely by the moral influence of parading it before her cottage. Quarrelsome wives were said to stand in great and constant dread of its possible appearance before their doors. In Cardiganshire, on the contrary, the custom termed the coolstrin is vice versa, and it is only husbands who ill-use their wives who are amenable to its discipline. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 3. Chapter 7, Part 1. With the growth of modern refinement, the people of every land have become constantly more decorous in their grief. The effort of the primitive and untutored mind to utter its sorrow in loud and wild lamentations, and of friends and neighbours to divert the mind of the sufferer from his bereavement, gave rise to many funeral customs of which we still find traces in Wales. Pennant, while travelling in North Wales, noted, with regard to one Thomas Middleton, a fact which he held to prove that the custom of the Irish howl, or Scotch coronach, was in use among us, the Welsh, for we are told he was buried cum magno dolore et clamore cognatorum et propinquorum omnium. No such custom now exists, but there is a very impressive rite of a corresponding character, but religious, called the Gwyl Nos. It is a meeting held in the room where the corpse is lying on the night before the funeral. The Irish cry, "Why did you die?" is replaced by pious appeals to heaven, in which great and strong emotion is expressed, the deceased referred to in stirring sentences, and his death made a theme for warnings on the brevity of earth life, and the importance of the future life of the soul. On the day of the funeral, however, the customs are not always in keeping with modern notions of the praiseworthy. Indulgence in beer drinking at funerals is still a Welsh practice, and its antiquity is indicated by a proverb, "Claddu I mawr ac at I cwr," to bury the dead and to the beer. The collection of Welsh writings called Cymru Fu refers to the custom thus, to translate: before the funeral procession started for the church, the nearest friends and relatives would congregate around the corpse to wail and weep their loss, while the rest of the company would be in an adjoining room drinking warm beer, cwrw brwd, and smoking their pipes, and the women in still another room drinking tea together. The writer here speaks of the custom in the past tense, but apparently rather as a literary fashion than to indicate a fact. At any rate, the custom is not extinct. Occasionally it leads to appearances in the police court on the part of the injudicious mourners. After taking the coffin out of the house and placing it on a bier near the door, it was formerly customary for one of the relatives of the deceased to distribute bread and cheese to the poor, taking care to hand it to each one over the coffin. These poor people were usually those who had, in expectation of this gift, been busily engaged in gathering flowers and herbs with which to grace the coffin. Sometimes this dole was supplemented by the gift of a loaf of bread or a cheese with a piece of money placed inside it. After that a cup of drink was presented, and the receiver was required to drink a little of it immediately. Alluding to this subject, the Reverend E. L. Barnwell says, although this custom is no longer in fashion, yet it is to some extent represented by the practice, especially in funerals of a higher class, to hand to those who are invited to attend the funeral oblong sponge cakes sealed up in paper, which each one puts in his or her pocket. But the providing and distribution of these cakes are now often part of the undertaker's duty. Part 2. What connection there may be between these customs and the strange and striking rite of the sin-eater is a question worthy of careful consideration. It has been the habit of writers with family ties in Wales, whether calling themselves Welshmen or Englishmen, to associate these and like customs with the well-known character for hospitality which the Cymry have for ages maintained. Thus Malkin writes, "The hospitality of the country is not less remarkable on melancholy than on joyful occasions. The invitations to a funeral are very general and extensive, and the refreshments are not light, and taken standing, but substantial and prolonged. Any deficiency in the supply of ale would be as severely censured on this occasion as at a festival. Some have thought that the bread-eating and beer-drinking are survivals of the sin-eating custom described by Aubrey, and repeated from him by others, but well-informed Welshmen have denied that any such custom as that of the sin-eater ever existed in Wales at any time, or in the border shires, and it must not be asserted that they are wrong unless we have convincing proof to support the assertion. The existing evidence in support of the belief that there were once sin-eaters in Wales I have carefully collated, and, excluding hearsay and second-hand accounts, it is here produced. The first reference to the sin-eater anywhere to be found is in the Lansdowne manuscripts in the British Museum, in the handwriting of John Aubrey, the author. It runs thus: "In the county of Hereford was an old custom at funerals to hire poor people who were to take upon them the sins of the party deceased. One of them, he was a long, lean, ugly, lamentable poor rascal, I remember, lived in a cottage on Ross Highway. The manner was that when the corpse was brought out of the house and laid on the bier, a loaf of bread was brought out and delivered to the sin–eater over the corpse, as also a mazzard bowl of maple full of beer, which he was to drink up, and sixpence in money, in consideration whereof he took upon him, ipso facto, all the sins of the defunct, and freed him or her from walking after they were dead. Aubrey adds, and this custom, though rarely used in our days, yet by some people was observed in the strictest time of the Presbyterian government, as at Dinder, nolens volens the parson of the parish. The kindred of a woman, deceased there, had this ceremony punctually performed, according to her will, and also the like was done at the city of Hereford in those times, where a woman kept many years before her death a mazzard bowl for the sin–eater, and the like in other places in this country, as also in Brecon, for example at Llangors, where Mr. Gwynn, the minister, about 1640, could not hinder the performance of this custom. I believe, says Aubrey, this custom was heretofore used all over Wales. He states further, A.D. 1686, this custom is used to this day in North Wales. Upon this Bishop White Kennet made this comment: it seems a remainder of this custom which lately obtained at Amersden, in the county of Oxford, where, at the burial of every corpse, one cake and one flagon of ale, just after the interment, were brought to the minister in the church porch. No other writer of Aubrey's time, either English or Welsh, appears to have made any reference to the sin–eater in Wales, and equal silence prevails throughout the writings of all previous centuries. Since Aubrey, many references to it have been made, but never, so far as I can discover, by any writer in the Welsh language, a singular omission, if there ever was such a custom, for concerning every other superstitious practice commonly ascribed to Wales, the Welsh have written freely. In August 1852 the Cambrian Archaeological Association held its 6th annual meeting at Ludlow, under the presidency of the Hon. R.H. Clive M.P. At this meeting Mr. Matthew Moggridge of Swansea made some observations on the custom of the sin–eater, when he added details not contained in Aubrey's account given above. He said when a person died his friends sent for the sin–eater of the district, who on his arrival placed a plate of salt on the breast of the defunct, and upon the salt a piece of bread. He then muttered an incantation over the bread, which he finally ate, thereby eating up all the sins of the deceased. This done, he received his fee of 2s. 6d, and vanished as quickly as possible from the general gaze, for, as it was believed that he really appropriated to his own use and behoof the sins of all those over whom he performed the above ceremony, he was utterly detested in the neighbourhood, regarded as a mere pariah, as one irredeemably lost. The speaker then mentioned the parish of Llandebie, where the above practice was said to have prevailed to a recent period. He spoke of the survival of the plate and salt custom near Swansea, and indeed generally within 20 years, i.e. since 1830, and added, in a parish near Chepstow it was usual to make the figure of a cross on the salt, and cutting an apple or an orange into quarters, to put one piece at each termination of the lines. Mr. Allen, of Pembrokeshire, testified that the plate and salt were known in that county, where also a lighted candle was stuck in the salt. The popular notion was that it kept away the evil spirit. Mr. E.A. Freeman, the historian, asked if sin–eater was the term used in the district where the custom prevailed, and Mr. Moggridge said it was. Such is the testimony. I venture no opinion upon it further than may be conveyed in the remark that I cannot find any direct corroboration of it as regards the tin–eater, and I have searched diligently for it. The subject has engaged my attention from the first moment I set foot on Cambrian soil, and I have not only seen no reference to it in Welsh writings, but I have never met any unlettered Welshman who has ever heard of it. All this proves nothing, perhaps, but it weighs something. Part 3. Of superstitions regarding salt there are many in Wales. I have encountered the special custom of placing a plate of salt on the breast of the corpse. In the case of an old woman from Cardiganshire who was buried at Cardiff, and who was thus decked by her relatives, I was told the purpose of the plate of salt was to prevent swelling. There is an Irish custom of placing a plate of snuff on the body of a corpse, hence the saying, addressed to an enemy, "I'll get a pinch off your belly yet." The Irish also employ the plate of salt in the same manner. In view of the universal prevalence of superstitions regarding salt, too much weight should not be placed on this detail, in connection with the accounts of the Sin–eater. Such superstitions are of extreme antiquity, and they still survive even among the most cultivated classes. Salt falling toward a person was of old considered a most unlucky omen, the evil of which could only be averted by throwing a little of the fallen salt over the shoulder. My own wife observes this heathen rite to this day, and so, I fancy, do most men's wives, jocularly no doubt, but with a sort of feeling that if there is anything in it, etc. Salt was the ancient symbol of friendship, being deemed incorruptible. In the Isle of Man no important business was ventured on without salt in the pocket. Marrying, moving, even the receiving of alms, must be sanctified by an exchange of salt between the parties. An influential legend is noted among the Manx inhabitants of the dissolution of an enchanted palace on that island through the spilling of salt on the ground. In Da Vinci's picture of the Lord's Supper, Judas Iscariot is represented as overturning the salt, an omen of the coming betrayal of Christ by that personage. In Russia, should a friend pass you the salt without smiling, a quarrel will follow. The Scotch put salt in a cow's first milk after calving. Even the Chinese throw salt into water from which a person has been rescued from drowning. All these practices point either to lustration or propitiation. Part 4. It has been suggested that the custom of the Sin–eater is in imitation of the biblical scapegoat. "And Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions in all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities, unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness." This brings up the subject of charms and magic, and is illustrated in Wales, if not by the Sin–eater, by the cock and hen of St. Tegla's well. This well is about halfway between Wrexham and Ruthin, in the parish of Llandegla, and has been considered efficacious in curing epilepsy. One of the common names of that complaint in Welsh is Clwyf y Tegla, Tegla's disease. Relief is obtained by bathing in the well, and performing a superstitious ceremony in this manner. The patient repairs to the well after sunset, and washes himself in it. Then, having made an offering by throwing into the water 4d, he walks round it 3 times, and thrice recites the Lord's Prayer. If of the male sex, he offers a cock; if a woman, a hen. The bird is carried in a basket, first round the well, then round the church, and the rite of repeating the Paternoster again performed. After all this, he enters the church, creeps under the altar, and making the Bible his pillow and the communion cloth his coverlet, remains there until the break of day. In the morning, having made a further offering of 6d, he leaves the cock, or hen as the case may be, and departs. Should the bird die, it is supposed that the disease has been transferred to it, and the man or woman consequently cured. The custom is associated with the ancient Druids as well as with the Jews, and its resemblance to the scapegoat is suggestive. Part 5. The funeral procession in rural districts where hearses are unknown, wends its way graveward on foot, with the corpse borne by the nearest relatives of the deceased, a custom probably introduced in Wales during their residence here by the Romans. The coffin of Metellus, the conqueror of Macedon, was borne by his 4 sons. The coffins of Roman citizens held in high esteem by the Republic were borne by justices and senators, while those of the enemies of the people were borne by slaves and hired servants. As the Welsh procession winds its way along the green lanes, psalms and hymns are sung continually, except on coming to cross–roads. Here the bier is set down, and all kneel and repeat the Lord's Prayer. The origin of this custom, as given by the Welsh, is to be found in the former practice of burying criminals at cross–roads. It was believed that the spirits of these criminals did not go far away from the place where their bodies lay, and the repeating of the Lord's Prayer was supposed to destroy and do away with any evil influence those spirits might have on the soul of the dear departed. The Welsh retain much of the superstitious feeling regarding the graves of criminals and suicides. There is indeed a strong prejudice against hanging on account of the troublesome spirits thus let loose. The well-known leniency of a Cardigan jury may be connected with this prejudice, though it is usually associated with a patriotic feeling. "What! Would you have hung your own countrymen?" is the famous response of a Cardigan juror, who was asked why he and his brethren acquitted a murderer. The tale may be only a legend. The fact it illustrates is patent. It is related that in a dispute between two Cardigan farmers, some 50 years ago, one of them killed the other. The jury, believing the killing was unintentional, acquitted the homicide, but whether the man was guilty or not, his neighbours and the people who lived in the district, and who knew the spot where the farmer was killed, threw a stone upon it whenever they passed, probably to show their abhorrence of the deed that had been perpetrated in that place. By this means a large heap of stones, which was allowed to remain for many years, arose. They were then removed to repair the turnpike. The custom is apparently Jewish. Hangings are almost unknown in Wales, whether from the extra morality of the people or the prejudice above noted. Part 6. The legend of the grassless grave is a well-known Montgomeryshire tale, concerning a certain spot of earth in the graveyard of Montgomery Castle, upon which the verdure is less luxuriant than in other portions of the yard. One dark November night, many years ago, a man named John Newton, who had been at Welshpool Fair, set out for home. Soon after, he was brought back to Welshpool in the custody of two men, who charged him with a highway robbery, a crime then punishable with death. He was tried and executed, in spite of his protestations, and in his last speech, admitting he had committed a former crime, but protesting he was innocent of this, he said, "I have offered a prayer to heaven, and believe it has been heard and accepted, and in meek dependence on a merciful God, whom I have offended, but who, through the atonement of his blessed Son, has, I trust, pardoned my offence, I venture to assert that as I am innocent of the crime for which I suffer, the grass, for one generation at least, will not cover my grave." For 30 years thereafter the grave was grassless, a bare spot in the shape of a coffin marked, amidst the surrounding luxuriance, the place where lay the penitent criminal unjustly executed. Then a sacrilegious hand planted the spot with turf, but it withered as if blasted by lightning, and the grave is still grassless, certainly an unnecessary extension of the time set by the defunct for its testimony to his innocence. Part 7. A curious surviving custom at Welsh funerals is the offrwm, or parson's penny. After having read the burial service in the church, the parson stands behind a table while a psalm is being sung, and to him go the mourners, one and all, and deposit a piece of money on the table. The parson counts it, states the amount, and pockets it. If the mourner depositing his offrwm be wealthy, he will give perhaps a guinea. If a farmer or tradesman, his gift will be a crown, and if poor, he will lay down his sixpence. Each one that intended making an offering of silver would go up to the altar in his turn, and after each one had contributed there would be a respite, after which those who gave copper as their offering went forward and did likewise. But no coppers were offered at any respectable funeral. These offerings often reached the sum of £10 and even £20 in the year. Thus the Welsh work Cymru Fu, speaking as usual in the past tense. But the custom is a present-day one. The Welsh believe that this custom was originally intended to compensate the clergyman for praying for the soul of the departed. It has now ceased to mean anything more than a tribute of respect to the deceased, or a token of esteem towards the officiating clergyman. In the parish of Defynog, Breconshire, there was a custom, up to 1843, when it seems to have ceased through the angry action of a lawless widower, of giving to the parish clerk the best pair of shoes and stockings left behind by the defunct. A still more curious form of the offrwm, which also survives in many rural neighbourhoods, is called the arian y rhaw, or spade money. At the gravedigger rubs the soil off his spade, extends it for donations, and receives a piece of silver from each one in turn, which he also pockets. In MaryAnnshire the money is received at the grave in a bowl instead of on the spade, and the gift is simply called the offrwm. "I well recollect when a lad," says an entertaining correspondent, "at Llanhydr in Mochnant, seeing the clerk or sexton cleaning his spade with the palm of his hand, and blowing the remaining dust, so that the instrument of his calling should be clean and presentable, and then, with due and clerk-like gravity, presenting his polished spade first to the cynesepheiad next of kin, and then to the mourners one by one, giving all an opportunity of showing their respect to the dead, by giving the clerk the accustomed offrwm. At times the old clerk, ere hen glochid, when collecting the offrwm, rather than go around the grave to the people, to the no small annoyance of the friends, would reach his spade over the grave. At the particular time referred to, the clerk, having nearly had all the offrwm, saw that facetious wag and practical joker, Mr. B, extending his offering towards him from the opposite side of the grave. The clerk, as was his wont, extended the spade over the grave towards the offered gift. The opportunity for fun was not to be lost, and whilst placing his offrwm on the spade, Mr. B pressed on one corner, and the spade turned in the hands of the unwitting clerk, emptying the whole offering into the grave, to the no small surprise of the clerk, who never forgot the lesson, and the great amusement of the standers by. It is noted in this connection that the sexton's spade was a terror to the superstitious, for if the gravedigger would but shake his spade at any one, it was a matter of but short time ere the sexton would be called upon to dig the grave of that person who had come under the evil influence of the spade. "Has the sexton shook his spade at you?" was a question often put to a person in bad health. Part 8. Until a recent date, burials without a coffin were common in some parts of Wales. Old people in Montgomeryshire, not many years ago, could remember such burials in what was called the cadach deupen, or cloth with two heads. Old Richard Griffith of Trefylglwys, who died many years ago, recollected a burial in this fashion there, when the cloth gave way and was rent, whereupon the clergyman prohibited any further burials in that churchyard without a coffin. That was the last burial of the kind which took place in Montgomeryshire. In the Middle Ages there was a Welsh custom of burying the dead in the garment of a monk, as a protection against evil spirits. This was popular among the wealthy, and was a goodly source of priestly revenue. Part 9. Sul Coffa is an old Welsh custom of honouring the dead on the Sunday following the funeral, and for several succeeding Sundays, until the violence of grief has abated. In the journal of Thomas Dinelly, Esquire, an Englishman who travelled through Wales and Ireland in the reign of Charles II, this passage occurs, after description of the wake, the keening, etc. "This done, ye Irish bury their dead, and if it be in or near ye burying place of that family, the servants and followers hug, kiss, howl, and weep over the skulls that are there digged up, and once a week for a quarter of a year after come 2 or 3 and pay more noise at the place." The similarity in spirit between this and the Welsh Sul Coffa is as striking as the difference in practice. The Welsh walk quietly and gravely to the solemn mound beneath which rest the remains of the loved, and there, kneeling in silence for 5 or 10 minutes, pray, or appear to pray. The Sul Coffa of Ivan the Harper is a well-known anecdote. Ivan the Harper was a noted character in his day, who desired that his coffer should be thus. "I should like," said he, on his deathbed, "to have my coffer, but not in the old style. Instead of the old custom, asked William of Merlin and Richard the Harper to attend the church at Llanfrog, and give these, my disciples, my 2 harps, and after the service is over, let them walk to my grave. Let William sit at the head and Richard at the feet of my grave. And let they play 7 Welsh airs, beginning with Daffydi Garagwen, David of the White Stone, and ending with Toriad y Dwd, the dawn. The former is in a flat key like death, and the latter is as sober as the day of judgment. This request was religiously obeyed by the mourners on the ensuing Sul Coffa. Part 10. Reference has been made, in the chapter on courtship and marriage, to the Welsh practice of planting graves with flowers. There are graves in Glamorganshire which have been kept blooming with flowers for nearly a century without interruption, through the loving care of descendants of the departed. By a most graceful custom which also prevailed until recently, each mourner at a funeral carried in his hand a sprig of rosemary, which he threw into the grave. The pagan practice of throwing a sprig of cypress into the grave has been thought to symbolize the annihilation of the body, as these sprigs would not grow if set in the earth, whereas the rosemary was to signify the resurrection or upspringing of the body from the grave. The existing custom of throwing flowers and immortelles into the grave is derived from the ancient practice, but the Welsh carry the association of graves and floral life to the most lavish extreme, as has already been pointed out. Shakespeare has alluded to this in Cymbeline, the scene of which tragedy is principally in Pembrokeshire, at and about Milford Haven. Arrive with fairest flowers, whilst summer lasts, and I live here, Fidèle. I'll sweeten thy sad grave, thou shalt not lack the flower that like thy face, pale primrose, nor the azured harebell, like thy veins, no, nor the leaf of eglantine, whom not to slander outsweetened not thy breath. End of Book 3, Chapter 7.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends, and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Dolinger. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends, and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 4. Bells, Wells, Stones, and Dragons. Gargons and hydras and chimeras dire. Milton, Paradise Lost. Then up their rays, and wee man, franneth the mossy grey stain. His face was wan like the cauliflower, for he neither had blood nor bane. Hogg, the Witch of Fife. Where he stood of ancient time, there was a springing well, from which fast trickled forth a silver flood, full of great virtues and for medicine good, for unto life the dead it could restore. Spenser, Fairy Queen. Chapter 1. Base of Primeval Mythology. Bells and their ghosts. The bell that committed murder and was damned for it. The occult powers of bells. Their work as detectives, doctors, etc. Legend of the Bell of Rhaeadr. St. Ilftyd's wonderful bell. The golden bell of Llandaf. 1. The human mind in its infancy turns instinctively to fetishism. The mind of primeval man resembled that of a child. Children have to learn by experience that fire which burns them is not instigated by malice. In his primitive condition, man personified everything in nature. Animate and inanimate objects were alike endowed with feelings, passions, emotions, moral qualities. On this basis rests the primeval mythology. The numerous superstitions associated with bells, wells, and stones in Wales excite constant inquiries as regards their origin in fetishism, in paganism, in solar worship, or in church observances. That bells, especially, should suggest the supernatural to the vulgar mind is not strange. The occult powers of bells have place in the popular belief of many lands. The Flemish child who wonders how the voices got into the bells is paralleled by the Welsh lad who hears the bells of Aberdovey talking in metrical words to a musical chime. The ghost of bells are believed to haunt the earth in many parts of Wales. Allusion has been made to those castle bells, which are heard ringing from the submerged towers in Crumlin Lake. Like fancies are associated with many Welsh lakes. In Langorse Pool, Breconshire, an ancient city is said to lie buried, from whose cathedral bells on a calm day may be heard a faint and muffled chime, pealing solemnly far down in the sepial depths. A legend of Trethelin relates that in the church of St. Caddoc, at that place, was a bell of wondrous powers, a gift from Llewellyn ap Iorwerth, Lord of Caerleon. A little child who had climbed to the belfry was struck by the bell and killed, not through the wickedness of the bell itself, but through a spell which had been put upon the unfortunate instrument by an evil spirit. But though innocent of murderous intent, the wretched bell became forfeit to the demons on account of its fatal deed. They seized it and bore it down through the earth to the shadowy realm of Annwn. And ever since that day, when a child is accidentally slain in Trefethin, the bell of St. Caddoc is heard tolling mournfully underneath the ground, where it disappeared ages ago. 2. There was anciently a belief that the sound of brass would break enchantment, as well as cause it, and it is presumed that the original purpose of the common custom of tolling the bell for the dead was to drive away evil spirits. Originally, the bell was tolled not for the dead, but for the dying. It was believed that evil spirits were hovering about the sick chamber, waiting to pounce on the soul as soon as it should get free from the body, and the bell was tolled for the purpose of driving them away. Later, the bell was not tolled till the death had occurred, and this form of the custom survives here, as in many lands. Before the Reformation, there was kept in all Welsh churches a handbell, which was taken by the sexton to the house where a funeral was to be held, and rung at the head of the procession. When the voices of the singers were silent at the end of a psalm, a bell would take up the burden of complaint in measured and mournful tones, and ring till another psalm was begun. It was at this period deemed sacred. The custom survived long after the Reformation in many places, as at Caerleon, the little Monmouthshire village, which was a bustling Roman city when London was a hamlet. The bell, called the bongu, was still preserved in the parish of Llanfair Dyffryn Clwyd 6 years ago. I believe the custom of ringing a handbell before the corpse on its way through the streets is still observed at Oxford when a university man is buried. The town marshal is the bellman for this office. The custom is associated with the same superstitious belief which is seen in The Passing Bell, the notes of pure bronze freeing the soul from the power of evil spirits. 3. The Welsh were formerly strong in the belief that bells could perform miracles, detect thieves, heal the sick, and the like. In many instances, they were possessed of locomotive powers and would transport themselves from place to place when they had occasion, according to their own sweet will, and without human intervention. It is even recorded that certain handbells required to be tied with double cord of an exorcism and a piece of twine, or they would get up and walk off in the night. Bells which presage storms, as well as other disasters, have been believed to exist in many parts of Wales. In Pembrokeshire, the unexpected tolling of a church bell in the night is held to be the sure precursor of a calamity, a belief which may be paralleled in London, where there are still people who believe such tolling on the part of the great bell of St. Paul's portends disaster to the royal family. In the Cromwellian Wars, the sacrilegious followers of the stern old castle-hater carried off a great bell from St. David's, Pembrokeshire. They managed to get it on shipboard, but in passing through Ramsey Sound, the vessel was wrecked, a direct result, the superstitious said, of profanely treating the bell. Ever since that time, Pembroke people have been able to hear this sunken bell ring from its watery grave when a storm is rising. 4. The legend of the Bell of Rhaeadr perpetuates a class of story which reappears in other parts of Great Britain. It was in the 12th century that a certain contumacious knight was imprisoned in the castle of Rhaeadr. His wife, being devoted to him and a good Catholic, besought the aid of the monks to get him out. They were equal to the occasion, at least in so far as to provide for her service a magical bell, which possessed the powers of liberating from confinement any prisoner who should set it upon the wall and ring it. The wife succeeded in getting the bell secretly into her husband's possession, and he set it up on the wall and rang it. But although he had gathered his belongings together and fully prepared to go, the doors of his prison refused to open. The castellan mocked at the magic bell, and kept the knight in durance vile. So therefore, for of course the story could not be allowed to end here, the castle was struck by lightning, and both it and the town were burned in one night, excepting only the wall upon which the magic bell was hanging. Nothing remains of the castle walls in this day. 5. The bell of St. Illtyd was greatly venerated in the Middle Ages. A legend concerning this wonderful bell relates that a certain king had stolen it from the church, and borne it into England, tied about the neck of one of his horses. For this deed the king was destroyed, but repenting before his death, ordered the bell be restored to its place in Wales. Without waiting to be driven, the horse with the bell around his neck set out for Wales, followed by a whole drove of horses, drawn by the melodious sound of the bell. Wonderful to tell, the horse was able to cross the River Severn and come into Wales, the great collection of horses following. Then hasten along the shore and over the mountains and through the woods, he came to the road which went towards Glamorgan, all the horses hearing and following the sweet sound. When they came to the banks of the River Taff, a clergyman heard the sound of the bell, and went out to meet the horses, and they together carried the bell to the gate of St. Illtyd's church. There the horse bent down and loosed his precious burden from his neck, and it fell on a stone, from which fall a part of it was broken, which is to be seen until the present day, in memory of the imminent miracle. Some 30 years ago a bell was discovered in Llantwit Major in Glamorganshire, which was thought to be the identical bell of this saint. The village named was the scene of his exploits, many of which were miraculous to the point of Arabian Nights' marvelousness. The discovered bell was inscribed Sancte Iltute Ora Pro Nobis, and stood upon the gable of the quaint old town hall. But though the bell was unmistakably ancient, it bore intrinsic evidence of having been cast long after the saint's death, when his name had become venerated. He was one of King Arthur's soldiers, who afterwards renounced the world and founded several churches in Glamorganshire. 6. Among the many legends of Llandaff which still linger familiarly on the lips of the people is that of the bell of St. Odosius, second bishop of that see. In the ancient book of Llandaff, where are preserved the records of that cathedral from the earliest days of Christianity on this island, the legend is thus related. St. Odosius, being thirsty after undergoing labor, and more accustomed to drink water than any other liquor, came to a fountain in the Vale of Llandaff, not far from the church, that he might drink, where he found women washing butter after the manner of the country. And sending to them his messengers and disciples, they requested that they would accommodate them with a vessel, that their pastor might drink therefrom. Who, ironically, as mischievous girls, said, "We have no cup besides that which we hold in our hands, namely, the butter." And the man of blessed memory taking it, formed one in the shape of a small bell, and he raised his hand so that he might drink therefrom, and he drank. And it remained in that form, that is, a golden one, so that it appeared to those who beheld it to consist altogether of the purest gold, which, by divine power, is from that day reverently preserved in the church of Llandaff, in memory of the holy man. And it is said that by touching it, health is given to the diseased. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Ken Dolinger.
Book 4, Chapter 2 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 1. The waters of mystery which flow at Lourdes in France are paralleled in numberless Welsh parishes. In every corner of Cambria may be found wells which possess definite attributes, malicious or beneficent, which they are popularly supposed to actively exert toward mankind. In almost every instance, the name of the tutelary saint to whom the well is consecrated is known to the peasantry, and generally they can tell you something about him or her. Unnumbered centuries have elapsed since the saint lived. Nay, generation upon generation has perished since any complete knowledge of his life or character existed, save in mouldering manuscripts left by monks, themselves long turned to dust. Yet the tradition of the saint as regards the well is there, a living thing beside its waters. However lightly some forms of superstition may at times be treated by the vulgar, they are seldom capable of irreverent remark concerning the well. In many cases this respect amounts to awe. These wells are of varying power and disposition. Some are healing wells, others are cursing wells. Still others combine the power alike to curse and to cure. Some are sovereign in their influence over all the diseases from which men suffer, mental and moral as well as physical. Others can cure but one disease, or one specific class of diseases, and others remedy all the misfortunes of the race, make the poor rich, the unhappy happy, and the unlucky lucky. That these various reputations arose in some wells from medicinal qualities found by experience to dwell in the waters is clear at a glance, but in many cases the character of the patron saint gives character to the well. In parishes dedicated to the Virgin Mary there will almost inevitably be found a Ffynon Mer, well of Mary, the waters of which are supposed to be purer than the waters of other wells. Sometimes the people will take the trouble to go a long distance for water from the Ffynon Mer, though a good well may be nearer, in whose water chemical analysis can find no difference. Formerly, and indeed until a few years past, no water would do for baptizing but that fetched from the Ffynon Mer, though it were a mile or more from the church. That the water flowed southward was in some cases held to be a secret of its virtue. In other instances, wells which opened and flowed eastward were thought to afford the purest water. Part 2. Most renowned and most frequented of Welsh wells is St. Winifred's at Holywell. By the testimony of tradition, it has been flowing for 1180 years, or since the year 700, and during all this time has been constantly visited by throngs of invalids, and that it will continue to be so frequented for 1,000 years to come is not doubted, apparently by the members of the Holywell local board, who have just taken a lease of the well from the Duke of Westminster for 999 years more, at an annual rental of £1. The town of Holywell probably owes not only name but existence to this well. Its miraculous powers are extensively believed in by the Welsh and by people from all parts of Great Britain and the United States. But Drayton's assertion that no dog could be drowned in its waters on account of their beneficent disposition is not an article of the existing faith. The most prodigious fact in connection with this wonderful fountain, when its legendary origin is contemplated, is its size, its abounding life, the great volume of its waters. A well which discharges 21 tons of water per minute, which feeds an artificial lake, and runs a mill, and has cured unnumbered thousands of human beings of their ills for hundreds of years, is surely one of the wonders of the world, to which even mystic legend can only add one marvel more. The legend of Saint Winifred, or Gwenfrewi, as she is called in Welsh, was related by the British monk Hilarius in the year 660, or by Robert of Salop in 1190, and is in the Cotton manuscripts in the British Museum. It is there written in characters considered to be of the middle of the 11th century. Winifred was the daughter of a valiant soldier in North Wales. From her youth she loved a heavenly spouse, and refused transitory men. One day Caradoc, a descendant of royal stock, came to her house fatigued from hunting wild beasts, and asked Winifred for drink. But seeing the beauty of the nymph, he forgot his thirst in his admiration, and at once besought her to treat him with the familiarity of a sweetheart. Winifred refused, asserting that she was engaged to be married to another. Caradoc became furious at this, and said, "Leave off this foolish, frivolous, and trifling mode of speaking, and consent to my wish." Then he asked her to be his wife. Finding he would not be denied, Winifred had recourse to a stratagem to escape from him. She pretended to comply, but asked leave to first make a becoming toilet. Caradoc agreed on condition that she should make it quickly. The girl went through her chamber with swift feet into the valley, and was escaping when Caradoc perceived the trick, and mounting his horse spurred after her. He overtook her at the very door of the monastery to which she was fleeing. Before she could place her foot within the threshold, he struck off her head at one blow. Saint mbeidl, coming quickly to the door, saw bloody Caradoc standing with his stained sword in his hand, and immediately cursed him as he stood, so that the bloody man melted in his sight like wax before a fire. Mbeidl then took the Virgin's head, which had been thrown inside the door by the blow which severed it, and fitted it on the neck of the corpse. Winifred thereupon revived, with no further harm than a small line on her neck. But the floor upon which her bloody head had fallen cracked open, and a fountain sprang up like a torrent at the spot. And the stones appear bloody at present as they did at first, and the moss smells as frankincense, and it cures divers diseases. Thus far the monastic legend. Some say that Caradoc's descendants were doomed to bark like dogs. Among the miracles related of Winifred's well by her monkish biographer is one characterized as stupendous, concerning 3 bright stones, which were seen in the middle of the ebullition of the fountain, ascending and descending up and down by turns, after the manner of stones projected by a shooter. They so continued to dance for many years, but one day an unlucky woman was seized with a desire to play with the stones, so she took hold of one, whereat they all vanished, and the woman died. This miracle was supplemented by that of a man who was rebuked for theft at the fountain, and on his denying his guilt, the goat which he had stolen and eaten became his accuser by uttering an audible bleating from his belly. But the miracles of Winifred's Well are for the most part records of wonderful cures from disease and deformity. Withered and useless limbs were made whole and useful. The dumb bathed in the water and came out and asked for their clothes. The blind washed and received their sight. Lunatics, troubled by unclean spirits, were brought to the well in chains, tearing with their teeth and speaking vain things, but returned homeward in full possession of their reason. Fevers, paralysis, epilepsy, stone, gout, cancers, piles. These are but a few of the diseases cured by the marvelous well on the testimony of the ancient chronicler of the Cotton manuscript. Nor is it to be hidden in the silence of Lethean oblivion that after the expulsion of the Franks from all North Wales, the fountain flowed with a milky liquor for the space of 3 days. A priest bottled some of it, and it was carried about and drunk in all directions, curing diseases in the same manner as the well itself. Part 3. Only second in fame to Winifred's, among the Welsh themselves, is St. Tecla's Well, or Ffynon Tegla, in Denbighshire. It springs out of a bog called Gwern Degla, about 200 yards from the parish church of Llandegla. Some account of the peculiar superstitious ceremony connected with this well has already been given in the chapter treating of the sin-eater. It is there suggested that the cock to which the fits are transferred by the patient at the well is a substitute for the scapegoat of the Jews. The parish clerk of Llandegla in 1855 said that an old man of his acquaintance remembered quite well seeing the birds staggering about from the effects of the fits which had been transferred to them. Part 4. Of great celebrity in other days was St. Dwynwen's Well, in the parish of Llandwyn, Anglesey. This saint, being patron saint of lovers, her well possessed the property of curing love sickness. It was visited by great numbers of both sexes in the 14th century, when the popular faith in its waters seems to have been at its strongest. It is still frequented by young women of that part of the country when suffering from the woes inflicted by Dan Cupid. That the well itself has been for many years covered over with sand does not prevent the faithful from displaying their devotion. They seek their cure from the water next to the well. Ffynon Dwynwen, or Fountain of Venus, was also a name given to the sea, according to the Lolo manuscript. And in the legend of Saith-Henhen the drunkard, in the Black Book of Carmarthen, this stanza occurs: Accursed be the damsel who, after the wailing, let loose the fountain of Venus, the raging deep. The story of Aphrodite, born from the foam of the sea, need only be alluded to here. Part 5. Several wells appear to have been devoted to the cure of the lower animals' diseases. Such was the well of Cynfran, where this ejaculation was made use of: Rhadd Diw a Cynfran Luidd ar Ida, the grace of God and the blessed Cynfran on the cattle. This Cynfran was one of the many sons of the patriarch Brychan, and his well is near Abergellew. Pennant speaks also of a well near Abergalloo, which he calls St. George's Well, and says that there the British Mars had his offering of horses, for the rich were wont to offer one to secure his blessing on all the rest. He was the tutelar saint of those animals. Part 6. St. Senhafal's Well, on the hillside in Longenhafel parish, Denbighshire, is one of those curing wells in which pins are thrown. Its specialty is warts. To exorcise your wart, you stick a pin in it, and then throw the pin into this well. The wart soon vanishes. The wart is a form of human trouble which appears to have been at all times and in all countries a special subject of charms, both in connection with wells and with pins. Where a well of the requisite virtue is not conveniently near, the favorite form of charm for wart curing is in connection with the wasting away of some selected object. Having first been pricked into the wart, the pin is then thrust into the selected object. In Gloucestershire it is a snail, and then the object is buried or impaled on a blackthorn in a hedge, and as it perishes, the wart will disappear. The scapegoat principle of the sin-eater also appears in connection with charming away warts, as where a Wagram man counts your warts, marks their number in his hat, and goes away, taking the warts with him into the next county, for a trifling consideration. Part 7. On Barry Island, near Cardiff, is the famous well of St. Baruch, or Bari, which was still frequented by the credulous up to May 1879, at which time the island was closed against visitors by its owner, Lord Windsor, and converted into a rabbit warren. Tradition directs that on Holy Thursday he who is troubled with any disease of the eyes shall go to this well, and having thoroughly washed his eyes in its water, shall drop a pin in it. The innkeeper there formerly found great numbers of pins, a pint in one instance, when cleaning out the well. It had long been utterly neglected by the sole resident of the island, whose house was a long distance from the well, at a point nearer the main land, but pins were still discovered there from time to time. There was in old days a chapel on this island. No vestige of it remains. Tradition says that St. Baruch was buried there, and the now barren and deserted islet appears to have been anciently a popular place among the saints. St. Cadoc had one of his residences there. He was one day sitting on a hilltop in that island when he saw the two saints, Baruch and Gwalchus, drawing near in a boat, and as he looked the boat was overturned by the wind. Both saints were drowned, and Cardoc's manual book, which they had in the boat with them, was lost in the sea. But when Cadoc proceeded to order his dinner, a salmon was brought to him, which being cut open was found to have the missing manual book in its belly in an unimpaired condition. Concerning another saint, whose name was Bari, a wonderful story is told that one day, being on a visit to St. David, he borrowed the latter's horse and rode across the sea from Pembrokeshire to the Irish coast. Many have supposed this Bari to be the same person as Baruch, but they were two men. This romantic island was anciently celebrated for certain ghastly noises which were heard in it, sounds resembling the clanking of chains, hammering of iron, and blowing of bellows, and which were supposed to be made by the fiends whom Merlin had sent to work to frame the wall of brass to surround Carmarthen. So the noises and eruptions of Etna and Stromboli were, in ancient times, ascribed to Typhon or Vulcan. But in the case of Barry, I have been unable by any assistance from imagination to detect these mystic sounds in our day. Camden, in his Britannica, makes a like remark, but says the tradition was universally prevalent. The judicious Malkin, however, thinks it requires but a moderate stretch of fancy to create this cyclopean imagery. When the sea at high tides is often in possession of cavities under the very feet of the stranger, and its voice is at once modified and magnified by confinement and repercussion. Part 8. Another well whose specialty is warts is a small spring called Ffynon Gwynwy, near Llangellen Church, Carnarvonshire. The pins used here must be crooked in order to be efficacious. It is said that 50 years ago the bottom of this little well was covered with pins, and that everybody was careful not to touch them, fearing that the warts deposited with the pins would grow upon their own hands if they did so. At present the well is overgrown with weeds, like that on Barry Island. Part 9. The use of pins for purposes of enchantment is one of the most curious features of popular superstition. Trivial as it appears to superficial observation, it can be associated with a vast number of mystic rites and ceremonials, and with times the most ancient. There is no doubt that before the invention of pins in this country, small pieces of money were thrown into the well instead. Indeed, it was asserted by a writer in the Archaeologia Cambrensis in 1856 that money was still thrown into St. Tecla's well by persons desirous of recovering from fits. That the same practice prevailed among the Romans is shown by Pliny, who speaks of the sacred spring of Clitumnus, so pure and clear that you may count the pieces of money that have been thrown into it, and the shining pebbles at the bottom. And in connection with the Welsh well of St. Elian, there was formerly a box into which the sick dropped money, as they nowadays drop a pin into that well. This box was called Cif Elian, and was in the form of a trunk studded with nails, with an aperture in the top through which the money was dropped. It is said to have got so full of coins that the parishioners opened it, and with the contents purchased 3 farms. The presentation of pins to the well, though now a meaningless rite on the part of those who practice it, was originally intended as a propitiatory offering to the evil spirit of the well. In some instances the heathen faith is virtually restored, and the well endowed with supernatural powers irrespective of the dedication of its waters to a Christian saint. Indeed, in the majority of cases where these wells are now resorted to by the peasantry for any other than curative purposes, the fetichistic impulse is much more conspicuous than any influence associated with religious teaching. Part 10. St. Elian's is accounted the most dreadful well in Wales. It is in the parish of Llanelian, Denbighshire. It is at the head of the cursing wells, of which there are but few in the principality, and holds still a strong influence over the ignorant mind. The popular belief is that you can put your enemy into this well, i.e., render him subject to its evil influence, so that he will pine away and, perhaps, die, unless the curse be removed. The degree and nature of the curse can be modified as the offerer desires, so that the obnoxious person will suffer aches and pains in his body or troubles in his pocket, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. The minister of the well appears to be some heartless wretch residing in the neighborhood, whose services are enlisted for a small fee. The name of the person to be put into the well is registered in a book kept by the wretch aforesaid, and a pin is cast into the well in his name, together with a pebble inscribed with its initials. The person so cursed soon hears of it, and the fact preys on his mind. He imagines for himself every conceivable ill, and if gifted with a lively faith, soon finds himself reduced to a condition where he cannot rest till he has secured the removal of the curse. This is effected by a reversal of the above ceremonies, erasing the name, taking out the pebble, and otherwise appeasing the spirit of the well. It is asserted that death has in many instances resulted from the curse of this wickedly malicious well. Part 11. Occasionally the cursing powers of a well were synonymous with curing powers. Thus a well much resorted to near Penrhos was able to curse a cancer, i.e., cure it. The sufferer washed in the water, uttering curses upon the disease, and also dropping pins around the well. This well has been drained by the unsympathizing farmer on whose land it was, on account of the serious damage done to his crops by trespassers. Part 12. Wells from which milk has flowed has been known in several places. That Winifred's well indulged in this eccentricity on one occasion has been noted. The well of St. Illtyd is celebrated for the like performance. This well is in Glamorganshire, in the land called Gower, near Swansea. It was about the nativity of John the Baptist, on the 5th day of the week, in a year not specified, but certainly very remote, that for 3 hours there flowed from this well a copious stream of milk instead of water. That it was really milk we are not left in any possible doubt, for many who were present testified that while they were looking at the milky stream carefully and with astonishment, they also saw among the gravel curds lying about in every direction, and all around the edge of the well, a certain fatty substance floating about, such as is collected from milk, so that butter can be made from it. The origin of this well is a pleasing miracle, and recalls the story of Canute. But while Canute's effort to command the sea was a failure in the 11th century, that of St. Illtyd 500 years earlier was a brilliant success. It appears that the saint was very pleasantly established on an estate consisting of a field surrounded on all sides by plains, with an intermediate grove, but was much afflicted by the frequent overflowings of the sea upon his land. In vain he built and rebuilt a very large embankment of mud mixed with stones. The rushing waves burst through again and again. At last the saint's patience was worn out, and he said, "I will not live here any longer. I much wished it, but troubled with this marine molestation. It is not in my power. It destroys my buildings. It flows to the oratory, which we built with great labor." However, the place was so convenient he was loath to leave it, and he prayed for assistance. On the night before his intended departure, an angel came to him and bade him remain, and gave him instructions for driving back the sea. Early in the morning, Letide went to the fluctuating sea and drove it back. It receded before him, as if it were a sensible animal, and left the shore dry. Then Letide struck the shore with his staff, and thereupon flowed a very clear fountain, which is also beneficial for curing diseases, and which continues to flow without a falling off. And what is more wonderful, although it is near the sea, the water emitted is pure. Part 13. Some of the Welsh mystic wells are so situated that they are at times overflowed by the waters of the sea, or of a river. Taff's Well in Glamorganshire, a pleasant walk from Cardiff, is situated practically in the bed of the river Taff. One must wade through running water to reach it, except in the summer season, when the water in the river is very low. A rude hut of sheet iron has been built over it. This well is still noted for its merits in healing rheumatism and kindred ailments. The usual stories are told of miraculous cures. A primitive custom of the place is that when men are bathing at this well, they shall hang a pair of trousers outside the hut. Women, in their turn, must hang out a petticoat or bonnet. At Newton Nottage, Glamorganshire, a holy well called Sanford's is so situated that the water is regulated in the well by the ocean tides. From time immemorial, wondrous tales have been told of this well, how it ebbs and flows daily in direct contrariety to the tidal ebb and flow. The bottom of the well is below high water mark on the beach, where it has an outlet into the sea. At very low tides in the summer, when the supply of water in the well is scanty, it becomes dry for an hour or two after low water. When the ocean tide rises, the sea water banks up and drives back the fresh water, and the well fills again, and its water rises. The villagers are accustomed to let the well water rise through what they call the nostrils of the well, and become settled a little before they draw it. Of course, this phenomenon has been regarded as something supernatural by the ignorant for ages, and upon the actual visible phenomena have been built a number of magical details of a superstitious character. Part 14. The wide prevalence of some form of water worship among Aryan peoples is a fact of great significance. Superstitions in connection with British wells are generally traceable to a Druidic origin. The worship of natural objects, in which the British Druids indulged, particularly as regards rivers and fountains, probably had a connection with traditions of the flood. When the early Christian preachers and teachers encountered such superstitions among the people, they carefully avoided giving unnecessary offense by scoffing at them. On the contrary, they preferred to adopt them and to hallow them by giving them Christian meanings. They utilized the old Druidic circles as places of worship, chose young priests from among the educated Druids, and consecrated to their own saints the mystic wells and fountains. In this manner were continued practices the most ancient. As time passed on, other wells were similarly sanctified, as the new religion spread and parish churches were built. Disease and wickedness being intimately associated in the popular mind, epileptics and like sufferers, being held to be possessed by devils, and even such vulgar ills as warts and winds being considered direct results of some evil deed suffered or performed. So the waters of Christian baptism, which cleansed from sin, cleansed also from disease. Ultimately, the virtue of the waters came to be among the vulgar a thing apart from the rite of baptism. The good was looked upon as dwelling in the waters themselves, and the Christian rite as not necessarily an element in the work of regeneration. The reader who will recall what has been said in the chapter on changelings in the first part of this volume will perceive a survival of the ancient creed herein, in the notion that baptism is a preventive of fairy babe thievery, remembering that the changeling notion is in reality nothing but a fanciful way of accounting for the emaciation, ugliness, idiocy, bad temper, in a word, the illness of the child. It will be seen that the rite of baptism, by curing the first manifestations of evil in the child's system, was the orthodox means of preventing the fairies from working their bad will on the poor innocent. End of Book 4, Chapter 2.
Book 4, Chapter 3 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 4. Chapter 3. Part 1. In the traditions concerning Welsh stones, abundant personal attributes are accorded them, such as in nature belong only to animals. They were endowed with volition and with voice. They could travel from place to place without mortal aid. They would move uneasily when disturbed by human contact. They expanded and contracted at will. They clung to people who touched them with profane or guilty purpose. They possessed diverse qualities which made them valuable to their possessors, such as the power of rendering them invisible, or of filling their pockets with gold. In pursuing the various accounts of these stones in Welsh folklore, we find ourselves now in fairyland, now in the domains of Mother Church, now listening to legends of enchantment, now to tales of saintly virtue, now giving ear to a magician, now to a monk. Stone worship, of which the existing superstitions are remains, was so prevalent under the Saxon monarchy that it was forbidden by law in the reign of Edgar the Peaceable, 9th century, and when Canute came, in the following century, he also found it advisable to issue such a law. That this pagan worship was practised from a time of which there is now no record is not questioned, and the perpetuation of certain features of this worship by the early Christians was, in spite of the laws promulgated for its suppression by a Christian king. In this manner the monks were enabled to draw to themselves the peasantry in whose breasts the ancient superstition was strong, and who willingly substituted the new story for the old, so long as the underlying belief was not rudely uprooted. Part 2. Among the existing stones in Wales, with which the ancient ideas of occult power are connected, one in Carmarthenshire is probably unique of its kind. It is called Canna's Stone, and lies in a field adjoining the old church of Llangan, now remote from the population whose ancestors worshipped in it. The church was founded by an Armorican lady of rank named Canna, who was sainted. The stone in question forms a sort of chair, and was used in connection with a magic well called Ffynnon Canna. which is now, like the church, deserted and wretched. Patients suffering from ague, in order to profit by its healing power, must sit in the chair of Canna's stone, after drinking the water. If they could manage to sleep while in the chair, the effect of the water was supposed to be made sure. The process was continued for some days, sometimes for 2 or 3 weeks. In the middle of this parish there is a field called Parc y Fonwent, or the churchyard field, where, according to local tradition, the church was to have been originally built, but the stones brought to the spot during the day were at night removed by invisible hands to the site of the present church. Watchers in the dark heard the goblins engaged in this work, and pronouncing in clear and correct Welsh these words, Llangan Dymarfan, which mean, Llangan, here is the spot. Similar miraculous removals of stones are reported and believed in other parts of Wales. Sometimes visible goblins achieve the work, sometimes the stones themselves possess the power of locomotion. The old British historian, Nennius, speaks of a stone, one of the wonders of the Isle of Anglesey, which walks during the night in the valley of Eithne, being once thrown into the whirlpool Cerevus, which is in the middle of the sea, called Menai. It was on the morrow found on the side of the aforesaid valley. Also in Builth is a heap of stones, upon which is one stone bearing the impress of a dog's foot. This was the famous dog of King Arthur, named Cabal, which left its footprint on this stone when it hunted the swine Troint. Arthur himself gathered this heap of stones with the magic stone upon it, and called it Carn Cabal, and people who take away this stone in their hands for the space of a day and a night cannot retain it, for it returns itself to the heap. The Anglesey stone is also mentioned by Giraldus, through whom it achieved celebrity under the name of Maen Mordwydd, or the thigh stone, "a stone resembling a human thigh, which possesses this innate virtue, that whatever distance it may be carried, it returns of its own accord the following night. Hugh, Earl of Chester, in the reign of King Henry I, having by force occupied this island and the adjacent country, heard of the miraculous power of this stone, and for the purpose of trial ordered it to be fastened with strong iron chains to one of a larger size, and to be thrown into the sea. On the following morning, however, according to custom, it was found in its original position, on which account the Earl issued a public edict that no one from that time should presume to move the stone from its place. A countryman also, to try the powers of this stone, fastened it to his thigh, which immediately became putrid, and the stone returned to its original situation." This stone ultimately lost its virtues, however, for it was stolen in the last century and never came back. Part 3. The talking stone Llechlafar, or stone of loquacity, served as a bridge over the river Allen, bounding the churchyard of St. David's in Pembrokeshire on the northern side. It was a marble slab worn smooth by the tread of many feet, and was 10 feet long, 6 feet broad, and 1 foot thick. Ancient tradition relates that one day, "when a corpse was being carried over it for interment, the stone broke forth into speech, and by the effort cracked in the middle, which fissure is still visible, and on account of this barbarous and ancient superstition the corpses are no longer brought over it." In this same parish of St. David's there was a flight of steps leading down to the sea, among which were a certain few which uttered a miraculous sound like the ringing of a bell. The story goes that in ancient times a band of pirates landed there and robbed the chapel. The bell they took away to sea with them, but as it was heavy they rested it several times on their way, and ever since that day the stones it rested upon have uttered these mysterious sounds when struck. Also in this parish is the renowned Expanding Stone, an excavation in the rock of St. Gowan's Chapel, which has the magic property of adapting itself to the size of the person who gets into it, growing smaller for a small man and larger for a large one. Among its many virtues was that if a person got into it and made a wish, and did not change his mind while turning about, the wish would come true. The original fable relates that this hollow stone was once solid, that a saint closely pursued by pagan persecutors sought shelter of the rock, which thereupon opened and received him, concealing him till the danger was over, and then obligingly letting him out. This stone may probably be considered as the monkish parallel for the magic stones which confer on their possessor invisibility, as we find them in the romances of enchantment. In the Mabinogion such stones are frequently mentioned, usually in the favourite form of a gem set with a ring. "Take this ring," says the damsel with yellow curling hair, "and put it on thy finger, with the stone inside thy hand, and close thy hand upon the stone, and as long as thou concealest it, it will conceal thee. But when it is found, as we find in the following these clues further, that this stone of invisibility was one of the 13 rarities of kingly regalia of the island of Britain, that it was formerly kept at Caerleon in Monmouthshire, the city whence St. David journeyed into Pembrokeshire, and that it is mentioned in the triads thus, "The stone of the ring of Luned, which liberated Owain the son of Urien from between the portcullis and the wall, whoever concealed that stone, the stone or bezel would conceal him." The strong probability appears that we are dealing with one and the same myth in the tale of magic and in the monkish legend. Traced back to a period more remote than that with which these Welsh stories ostensibly deal, we should find their prototype in the ring of Gyges. The stone of remembrance is another stone mentioned in the Mabinogion, also a jewel, endowed with valuable properties which it imparts not merely to its wearer, but to any one who looks upon it. "Bronabwy," says Iddawc to the enchanted dreamer on the yellow calf skin, "dost thou see the ring with a stone set in it, that is upon the Emperor's hand?" "I see it," he answered. "It is one of the properties of that stone to enable thee to remember that thou seest here to night, and hadst thou not seen the stone, thou wouldst never have been able to remember aught thereof." Still another stone of rare good qualities is that which Peredur gave to Etlym in reward for his attendance, the stone which was on the tail of a serpent, and whose virtues were such that whosoever should hold it in one hand, in the other he would have as much gold as he might desire. Peredur, having vanquished the serpent and possessed himself of the stone, immediately gave it away, in that spirit of lavish free-handedness which so commonly characterises the heroes of chivalric British romance. Part 4. In the church of St. David's of Llanfaes, according to Giraldus, was preserved among the relics a stone which caught a thieving boy in the act of robbing a pigeon's nest, and held him fast for 3 days and nights. Only by assiduous and long-continued prayer were the unhappy boy's parents able to get him loose from the terrible stone, and the marks of his 5 fingers remained ever after impressed upon it, so that all might see them. There was a stone of similar proclivities in the valley of Mawddwy, which did good service for the church. A certain St. Tydeco, a relation of King Arthur, who slept on a blue rock in this valley, was persecuted by Maelgwn Gwynedd. One day this wicked knight came with a pack of white dogs to hunt in that neighbourhood, and sat down upon the saint's blue stone. When he endeavoured to get up, he found himself fastened to his seat so that he could not stir, in a manner absurdly suggestive of French farces, and he was obliged to make up matters with the saint. He ceased to persecute the good man, and to make amends for the past gave him the privilege of sanctuary for 100 ages. Part 5. As for stones of healing, with qualities resembling those abiding in certain wells, they appear in many shapes. Now it is a mynheer against which the afflicted peasant must rub himself. Now it is a pebble which he must carry in his pocket. The inevitable wart reappears in this connection. The stone which cures the wart is found by the roadside, wrapped in a bit of paper, and dropped on a crossroad. To him who picks it up the wart is transferred. Children in Pembrokeshire will not at the present day pick up a small parcel on a cross–road, suspecting the presence of a wart–bearing stone. In Carmarthen are still to be found traces of a belief in the alluring stone, whose virtue is that it will cure hydrophobia. It is represented as a soft white stone, about the size of a man's head, originally found on a farm called Disgwylfa, about 12 miles from Carmarthen town. Grains were scraped from the stone with a knife, and administered to the person who had been bitten by a rabid dog; and the peculiarity of the stone was that though generation after generation had scraped it, nevertheless it did not diminish in size. A woman who ate of this miraculous stone, after having been bitten by a suspicious cur, testified that it caused a boiling in her blood. The stone was said to have fallen from the sky in the first instance. 6. Stones standing at cross–roads are seldom without some superstitious legend. A peasant pointed out to me, on a mountain–top near Crumlyn, Monmouthshire, a cross–roads stone, beneath which, he asserted, a witch sleeps by day, coming forth at night. "Least they say so," he explained, with a nervous look about him. "But there I was never see anything, and I was passed by there many nights. Yes, indeed, often." The man's eagerness to testify against the truth of the tradition was one of the most impressive illustrations possible of lingering superstitious awe in this connection. A famous Welsh witch, who used to sleep under a stone at Llanberis in North Wales, was called Canrig Bwt, and her favourite dish at dinner was children's brains. A certain criminal who had received a death sentence was given the alternative of attacking this frightful creature, his life to be spared should he succeed in destroying her. Arming himself with a sharp sword, the doomed man got upon the stone and called on Canrig to come out. "Wait till I have finished eating the brains of this sweet little skull," was her horrible answer. However, forth she came presently, when the valiant man cut off her head at a blow. To this day they scare children thereabout with the name of Canrig Bwt. 7. In every part of Wales one encounters the ancient memorials of King Arthur, sometimes to be dimly connected with the historical character, but more often with the mythical figure, each with its legend, or its bundle of legends, poetic, patriotic, or superstitious. Arthur's Round Table at Caerleon, Monmouthshire, is as well known to every boy in the neighbourhood as any inn or shop of the village. It is a grass–grown Roman amphitheatre, whence alabaster statues of Adrian's day have been disinterred. There is also an Arthur's Round Table in Denbighshire, a flat–topped hill thus called, and in Anglesey another, near the village of Llanfihangel. Arthur's Seat, Arthur's Bed, Arthur's Castle, Arthur's Stone, Arthur's Hill, Arthur's Coit, Arthur's Board, Arthur's Carn, Arthur's Pot. These are but a few of the well–known cromlechs, rocking–stones, or natural objects to be found in various neighbourhoods. They are often in duplicates, under these names, but they never bear such titles by any other authority than traditions reaching back into the dark ages. Some of the stories and superstitions which attach to them are striking, and of the most fascinating interest to the student of folklore. Others are merely grotesque, as in the case of Arthur's Pot. This is under a cromlech at Dolwillim, on the banks of the Tawy, and in the stream itself when the water is high. It is a circular hole of considerable depth, accurately bored in the stone by the action of the water. This hole is called Arthur's Pot, and according to local belief was made by Merlin for the hero king to cook his dinner in. Arthur's Coits are found in many parts of the country. A large rock in the bed of the Sawdy River, on the Llangadach side of Mynyd Dhu, the Black Mountain, is one of these coits. The story is that the king one day flung it from the summit of Pen Arthur, a mile away. There is another large rock beside it, which was similarly flung down by a lady of Arthur's acquaintance, whose gigantic proportions may be guessed from the fact that this boulder was a pebble in her shoe, which annoyed her. 8. Upon this hint there opens out before the inquirer a wealth of incident and illustration, in connection with gigantic Britons of old time, who hurled huge rocks about as pebbles. There is the story of the giant Idris, who dwelt upon Cader Idris, and who found no lesser number than 3 troublesome pebbles in his shoes, as he was out walking one day, and who tossed them down where they lay on the road from Dolgethy to Machynlleth, 3 bulky crags. There are several legends about Moll Walbeck's pebbles in Breconshire. This lusty dame has a full score of shadowy castles on sundry heights in that part of Wales, and she is said to have built the castle of Hay in one night. In performing this work she carried the stones in her apron. One of these, a pebble about a foot thick and 9 feet long, fell into her shoe. At first she did not notice it, but by and by it began to annoy her, and she plucked it out and threw it into Llanwrt's churchyard, 3 miles away, where it now lies. In many parts of Wales, where lie rude heaps of stones, the peasantry say that they were carried there by a witch in her apron. The gigantic creatures whose dimensions are indicated by these stones reappear continually in Welsh folklore. Arthur is merely the greatest among them. All were of prodigious proportions. Hugh Gadan, Cadwaladr, Rhithagor, Brutus, Idris, are all members of the shadowy race whose quoits and pebbles are scattered about Wales. The remains at Stonehenge have been from time immemorial called by the Cymry the Côr Gór, circle or dance of giants. How the Carmarthen enchanter, Merlin, transported these stones hither from Killara mountain in Ireland by his magic art, everybody knows. It is only necessary that a stone should be of the size to make the idea of removing it an apparently hopeless one. That Merlin or some other magician brought it there by enchantment, or that Arthur or some other giant tossed it there with his mighty arm, is a matter of course. The giant of Trichrwyd, a fairy haunt in Cardiganshire, appears to have been the champion pebble tosser of Wales, if local legend may be trusted. Having invited the neighbouring giants to try their strength with him in throwing stones, he won the victory by tossing a huge rock across the sea into Ireland. His grave is traditionally reported to be on that mountain, and to possess the same properties as the expanding stone, for it fits any person who lies down in it, be he tall or short. It has the further virtue of imparting extraordinary strength to any one lying in it, but if he gets into it with arms upon his person, they will be taken from him, and he will never see them more. Part 9. The gigantic stone-tossers of Wales associate themselves without effort with the mythology of the heavens. One of their chiefest, Idris, was indeed noted as an astrologer, and is celebrated as such in the triads. Idris Gor, or the giant Idris. Gwydion, or the diviner by trees. Gwyn, the son of Nudd the generous. So great was their knowledge of the stars that they could foretell whatever might be desired to be known until the day of doom. And among Welsh legends none is more familiar than that of Rhithagor, wherein the stars are familiarly spoken of as cows and sheep, and the firmament as their pasture. End of Book 4, Chapter 3.
Book 4, Chapter 4 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends, and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends, and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 4, Chapter 4. Part 1. Paleographic students are more or less familiar with about 70 early inscribed stones in Wales. The value of these monuments, as corroborative evidence of historical facts, in connection with waning popular traditions, is well understood. Superstitious prejudice is particularly active in connection with stones of this kind. The peasantry view them askance, and will destroy them if not restrained, as they usually are, by fear of evil results to themselves. Antiquaries have often reason to thank superstition for the existence in our day of these ancient monuments. But there is a sort of progressive movement towards enlightenment which carries the Welsh farmer from the fearsome to the destructive stage in this connection. That dangerous thing, a little knowledge, sometimes leads its imbiber beyond the reach of all fear of the guardian fairy or demon of the stone, yet leaves him still so superstitious regarding it that he believes its influence to be baleful, and its destruction a sort of duty. It was the common opinion of the peasantry at the parish in which it stood, that whoever happened to read the inscription on the main Lythyrog, an early inscribed stone on the top of a mountain near Margam Abbey, in Glamorganshire, would die soon after. In many instances the stones are believed to be transformed human beings, doomed to the skies for some sin, usually an act of sacrilege. Beliefs of this character would naturally be potent in influencing popular feeling against the stones. But on the other hand, however desirable might be their extinction, there would be perils involved which one would rather his neighbor than himself should encounter. Various awful consequences, but especially the most terrific storms and disturbances of the earth, followed any meddling with them. At Banwen Bryddin, a few miles from Neath, a stone pillar inscribed Marci Caritini Filii Beresii long stood on a tumulus which by the peasants was considered a fairy ring. The late Lady Mackworth caused this stone to be removed to a grotto she was constructing on her grounds, and which she was ornamenting with all the curious stones she could collect. An old man who was an under-gardener on her estate, and who abounded with tales of goblins, declaring he had often had intercourse with these strange people, told the Reverend Mr. Williams of Tirry Quim that he had always known this act of sacrilege would not go unpunished by the guardians of the stone. He had more than once seen these sprites dancing of an evening in the rings of Banwen Bryddin, where the wonder stone stood, but never since the day the stone was removed had any mortal seen them. Upon the stone, he said, were written mysterious words in the fairy language, which no one had ever been able to comprehend, not even Lady Mackworth herself. When her ladyship removed the stone to Knoll Gardens, the fairies were very much annoyed, and the grotto, which cost Lady Mackworth thousands of pounds to build, was no sooner finished than one night, Duin Catwo Ni, there was such thunder and lightning as never was heard or seen in Glamorganshire before, and next morning the grotto was gone. The hill had fallen over it and hidden it forever. "Is indeed," said the old man, "and woe will fall on the Cymro or the Saeson that will dare to clear the earth away. I myself, and others who was there, was hear the fairies laughing loud that night, after the storm has cleared away." Part 2. The Sagranus stone at St. Dogmell's, Pembrokeshire, was formerly used as a bridge over a brook not far from where it at present stands, luckily with its inscribed face downwards, so that the sculpture remained unharmed while generations were tramping over it. During its use as a bridge, it bore the reputation of being haunted by a white lady, who was constantly seen gliding over it at the witching hour of midnight. No man or woman could be induced to touch the strange stone after dark, and its supernatural reputation no doubt helped materially in its preservation unharmed till the present time. It is considered on paleographic grounds to be of the 4th century. In Pembrokeshire also are found the famous dancing stones of Stackpool. These are 3 upright stones standing about a mile from each other, the first at Stackpool Warren, the second further to the west, on a stone tumulus in a field known as Horstone Park, and the third still further westward. One of many traditions concerning them is to the effect that on a certain day they meet and come down to Sace's Ford to dance, and after their revel is over, return home and resume their places. Part 3. There is a curious legend regarding 3 stones which once stood at the top of Mulfray Hill, in Carnarvonshire, but which were long ago rolled to the bottom of the hill by some idle-headed youths, who dug them up. They were each about 4 feet high, standing as the corners of a triangle. One was red as blood, another white, and a third a pale blue. The tradition says that 3 women, about the time when Christianity first began to be known in Britain, went up Moelfre Hill on a Sabbath morning to winnow their corn. They had spread their winnowing sheet upon the ground and begun their work, when some of their neighbours came to them and reprehended them for working on the Lord's Day. But the women, having a greater eye to their worldly profit than to the observance of the 4th commandment, made light of their neighbours' words, and went on working. Thereupon they were instantly transformed into 3 pillars of stone, each stone of the same colour as the dress of the woman in whose place it stood, one red, one white, and the third bluish. Legends of the turning to stone of human beings occur in connection with many of the Mynni Hirion, long stones. Near Llandy Ffrindeg, Anglesey, there is a Mainher of peculiar shape. From one point of view it looks not unlike the figure of a hump-backed man, and it is called Carreg y Lleidyr, or the robber's stone. The tradition connected with it is that a man who had stolen the church Bible, and was carrying it away on his shoulder, was turned into this stone, and must stand here until the last trump sets him free. At Roldrech, there is or was a circle of stones, concerning which tradition held that they were the human victims of a witch who, for some offence, transformed them to this shape. In connection with this circle is preserved another form of superstitious belief very often encountered, namely, that the number of stones in the circle cannot be correctly counted by a mortal. It is noteworthy that the only creature which shares with man the grim fate of being turned to stone in Welsh legends is the serpent. The monkish account of St. Ceyna, one of the daughters of Prince Brychan of Breconshire, relates that having consecrated her virginity to the Lord by a perpetual vow, she resolved to seek some desert place where she could give herself wholly up to meditation. So she journeyed beyond the river Severn, and there, meeting a woody place, she made her request to the prince of that country that she might be permitted to serve God in that solitude. His answer was that he was very willing to grant her request, but that the place did so swarm with serpents that neither man nor beast could inhabit it. But she replied that her firm trust was in the name and assistance of Almighty God to drive all that poisonous brood out of that region. Hereupon the place was granted to the Holy Virgin, who, prostrating herself before God, obtained of him to change the serpents and vipers into stones. And to this day the stones in that region do resemble the windings of serpents, through all the fields and villages, as if they had been framed by the hand of the sculptor. The scene of this legend is mentioned by Camden as being at a place near Bristol, called Kensham, where abundance of that fossil called by the naturalists Cornu ammonis is dug up. Part 4. Our old friend the devil is once more to the fore when we encounter the inscribed stone of the 12th century which stands in the churchyard of Llanarth, near Abererton, in Cardiganshire. A cross covers this stone, with 4 circular holes at the junction of the arms. The current tradition of the place regarding it is that one stormy night there was such a tremendous noise heard in the belfry that the whole village was thrown into consternation. It was finally concluded that nobody but the diawl could be the cause of this, and therefore the people fetched his reverence from the vicarage to go and request the intruder to depart. The vicar went up into the belfry, with bell, book, and candle, along the narrow winding stone staircase, and, as was anticipated, there among the bells he saw the devil in person. The good man began the usual conjurat in nomine, etc., when the fiend sprang up and mounted upon the leads of the tower. The vicar was not to be balked, however, and boldly followed up the remainder of the staircase, and got also out upon the leads. The devil, finding himself hard pressed, had nothing for it but to jump over the battlements of the tower. He came down plump among the gravestones below, and falling upon one, made with his hands and knees the 4 holes now visible on the stone in question, which among the country people still bears the name of the Devil's Stone. Part 5. The Logan stones in various parts of Wales, which vibrate mysteriously under the touch of a child's finger, and rock violently at a push from a man's stronger hand, are also considered by the superstitious a favourite resort of the fairies and the diawl. The holy aerolite, to which unnumbered multitudes bow down at Mecca, is indeed no stranger thing than the rocking stone on Pontypridd's sky-perched common. Among the marvellous stones in Nennius is one concerning a certain altar in Loingarth, in Gower, suspended by the power of God, which he says a legend tells us was brought thither in a ship along with the dead body of some holy man who desired to be buried near St. Lytid's grave, and to remain unknown by name, lest he should become an object of too reverent regard. For Lytid dwelt in a cave there, the mouth of which faced the sea in those days, and having received this charge, he buried the corpse and built a church over it, enclosing the wonderful altar, which testified by more than one astounding miracle the divine power which sustained it. This is thought to be a myth relating to some Welsh rocking stone no longer known. The temptation to throw down stones of this character has often been too much for the destruction-loving vulgarian, both in Wales and in other parts of the British Islands, but the offenders have seldom been the local peasantry, who believe that the guardians of the stone, the fairies or the diawl, as the case may be, will heavily avenge its overthrow on the overthrowers. Part 6. Venerable in their hoary antiquity stand those monuments of a long-vanished humanity, the cromlechs which are so numerous in Wales, sharing with the Logan and the inscribed stone the peasants' superstitious interest. Even more than the others, these solemn rocks are surrounded with legends of enchantment. They figure in many fairy tales, like that of the shepherd of Frennifawr, who stood watching their mad revelry about the old cromlech, where they were dancing, making music on the harp, and chasing their companions in hilarious sort. That the fairies protect the cromlechs with special care, as they also do the Logans and others, is a belief the Welsh peasant shares with the superstitious in many lands. There is a remarkable cromlech near the hamlet of St. Nicholas, Glamorganshire, on the estate of a family whose house has the honour of being haunted by the ghost of an admiral. This cromlech is called, by children in that neighbourhood, Castle Correg. A Cardiff gentleman who asked some children who were playing round the cromlech what they termed it, was struck by the name, which recalled to him the Breton fairies thus designated. The Correds and Corregs of Brittany closely resemble the Welsh fairies in numberless details. The Correds are supposed to live in the cromlechs, of which they are believed to have been the builders. They dance round them at night, and woe betide the unhappy peasant who joins them in their roundels. Like beliefs attach to cromlechs in the Haute Auvergne and other parts of France. A cromlech at Pirols, said to have been built by a fay, is composed of 7 massive stones, the largest being 12 feet long by 8½ feet wide. The fay carried these stones hither from a great distance, and set them up, and the largest and heaviest one she carried on the top of her spindle, and so little was she incommoded by it, that she continued to spin all the way. Part 7. Among the Welsh peasantry the cromlechs are called by a variety of names, one interesting group giving in Cardiganshire the stone of the bitch, in Glamorganshire the stone of the greyhound bitch, in Carmarthenshire and Monmouthshire the kennel of the greyhound bitch, and in some other parts of Wales the stone of the wolf bitch. These names refer to no fact of modern experience, they are legendary. The Cambrian form of the story of Melusina is before us here, with differing details. The wolf bitch of the Welsh legend was a princess who for her sins was transformed to that shape, and thus long remained. Her name was Gasrimhi, and she had 2 cubs while a wolf bitch, with which she dwelt in a cave. After long suffering in this wretched guise, she and her cubs were restored to their human form for Arthur, who sought her out. The unfortunate Melusina, it will be remembered, was never entirely robbed of her human form. Ange par la figure et serpent par le reste, She was condemned by the lovely fay Prasina to become a serpent from the waist downwards, on every Saturday, till she should meet a man who would marry her under certain specified conditions. The monkish touch is on the Welsh legend, in the medieval form in which we have it in the Mabinogi of Cilwych and Olwen. The princess is transformed into a wolf bitch for her sins, and when restored, although it is for Arthur, God did change her to a woman again. Part 8. In a field called Parc y Bigwrn, near Llanbody, Carmarthenshire, are the remains of a cromlech destroyed many years ago, concerning which an old man named John Jones related a superstitious tale. It was to the effect that there were 10 men engaged in the work of throwing it down, and that when they were touching the stone they became filled with awe. And, moreover, as the stone was being drawn away by 6 horses, the road was suddenly rent asunder in a supernatural manner. This is a frequent phenomenon supposed by the Welsh peasantry to accompany the attempt to move a cromlech. Another common catastrophe is the breaking down of the waggon, not from the weight of the stone, but through the displeasure of its goblin guardians. Sometimes this awful labour is accompanied by fierce storms of hail and wind, or violent thunder and lightning; sometimes by mysterious noises, or swarms of bees which are supposed to be fairies in disguise. Part 9. A very great number of fanciful legends might be related in connection with stones of striking shape, or upon which there are peculiar marks and figures, but enough of this store of folklore has been given to serve present ends. If more were detailed, there would in all cases be found a family resemblance to the legends which have been presented, and which lead us now into the enchanted country where Arthur reigns, now wandering among the monkish records of church and abbey, now to the company of the dwarfs and giants of fairyland. That the British Druids regarded many of these stones with idolatrous reverence is most probable. Some of them, as the cromlechs and logans, they no doubt employed in their mystic rites, as being symbols of the dimly descried power they worshipped. Of their extreme antiquity there is no question. The rocking stones may be considered natural objects, though they were perhaps assisted to their remarkable poise by human hands. The cromlechs were originally sepulchral chambers, unquestionably, but they are so old that neither history nor tradition gives any aid in assigning the date of their erection. Opinions that they were once pulpits of sun-worship, or druidic altars of sacrifice, are not unwarranted perhaps, though necessarily conjectural. The evidence that the inscribed stones are simply funeral monuments is extensive and conclusive. Originally erected in honor of some great chief or warrior, they were venerated by the people, and became shrines about which the latter gathered in a spirit of devotion. With the lapse of ages, the warrior was forgotten; even the language in which he was commemorated decayed, and the marks on the stones became to the peasantry meaningless hieroglyphics, to which was given a mysterious and awful significance, and so for unnumbered centuries the tombstone remained an object of superstitious fear and veneration. End of Book 4, Chapter 4.
Book 4, Chapter 5 of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES. Book 4, Chapter 5. Baleful Spirits of Storm, The Shower at the Magic Fountain, Obstacles in the Way of Treasure Seekers, The Red Lady of Paverland, The Fall of Coychurch Tower, Thunder and Lightning Evoked by Digging, The Treasure Chest under Mole Arthur in the Vale of Clwyd, Modern Credulity, The Cavern of the Ravens, The Eagle-Guarded Coffer of Castell Coch, Sleeping Warriors as Treasure Guarders, The Dragon which St. Samson drove out of Wales, Dragons in the Mabinogion, Whence Came the Red Dragon of Wales, the original dragon of mythology, prototypes of the Welsh caverns and treasure hills, the goblins of electricity. 1. In the prominent part played by storm, torrents of rain, blinding lightning, deafening thunder, in legends of disturbed cromlechs and other awful stones, is involved the ancient belief that these elements were themselves baleful spirits, which could be evoked by certain acts. They were in the service of fiends and fairies, and came at their bidding to avenge the intrusion of venturesome mortals daring to meddle with sacred things. This fascinating superstition is preserved in numberless Welsh legends relating to hidden treasures buried under cromlechs or rocky mounds or in caverns. In the Mabinogion, it appears in the enchanted barrier to the castle of the Lady of the Fountain. Under a certain tall tree, in the midst of a wide valley, there was a fountain, and by the side of the fountain a marble slab, and on the marble slab a silver bowl, attached by a chain of silver, so that it may not be carried away. Take the bowl, and throw a bowlful of water on the slab, says the black giant of the wood to Sir Kay, and thou wilt hear a mighty peal of thunder, so that thou wilt think that heaven and earth are trembling with its fury. With the thunder there will come a shower so severe that it will be scarce possible for thee to endure it and live, and the shower will be of hailstones, and after the shower the weather will become fair, but every leaf that was upon the tree will have been carried away by the shower. Of course, the knight dares this awful obstacle, throws the bowlful of water upon the slab, receives the terrible storm upon his shield, and fights the knight who owned the fountain on his coming forth. Sir Kay is worsted and returns home to Arthur's court, whereupon Sir Owen takes up the contest. He sallies forth, evokes the storm, encounters the Black Knight, slays him, and becomes master of all that was his castle, his lands, his wife, and all his treasures. The peasant of today who sets out in quest of hidden treasures evokes the avenging storm in like manner. Sometimes the treasure is in the ground, under a cromlech or cairn. He digs, and the thunder shakes the air, the lightnings flash, torrents descend, and he is frustrated in his search. Again, the treasure is in a cavern, guarded by a dragon, who belches forth fire upon him, and scorches his eyeballs. Welsh folklore is full of legends of this character, and the curious way in which science and religion sometimes get mixed up with these superstitions is most suggestive, as in the cases of the falling of Coychurch Tower and the Red Lady of Paviland. The latter is the name given to a skeleton found by Dr. Buckland in his exploration of the Paviland caves, the bones of which were stained by red oxide of iron. The vulgar belief is that the Red Lady was entombed in the cave by a storm whilst seeking treasure there, a legend the truth of which no one can dispute with authority, since the bones are certainly of a period contemporary with Roman rule in this island. Coins of Constantine were found in the same earth, cemented with fragments of charcoal and bone fragments. In the case of Coychurch Tower, it undoubtedly fell because it was undermined by a contractor who had the job of removing certain defunct forefathers from their graves near its base. Some 1,800 skulls were taken from the ground and carted off to a hole on the east side of the church, but the country folk pooh-poohed the idea that the tower fell for any reason other than sheer indignation and horror at the disturbance of this hollowed ground by utilitarian pickaxe and spade. They call your attention to the fact that not only did the venerable tower come crashing down after having stood for centuries erect, but that in falling it struck to the earth St. Crullo's cross, an upright stone in the churchyard as venerable as itself, breaking it all to pieces. 2. A hollow in the road near Carrow, in Cardiganshire, rings when any wheeled vehicle goes over it. Early in this century, 2 men, having been led to believe there were treasures hidden there, for a fairy in the semblance of a gypsy had appeared and thrown out hints on the fascinating subject from time to time, made up their minds to dig for it. They dug, accordingly, until they came by their solemn statement to the oaken frame of a subterranean doorway, and, feeling sure now that they had serious work before them, prepared for the same by going to dinner. They had no sooner gone than a terrible storm arose, the rain fell in torrents, the thunder pealed, and the lightning flashed. When they went back to their work, The hole they had digged was closed up, and nothing would convince them that this was done by any other than a supernatural agency. Moreover, but a little above the place where they were, there had been no rain at all. 3. There is a current belief among the peasants about Mole Arthur, a mountain overlooking the Vale of Clwyd, that treasure, concealed in an iron chest with a ring handle to it, lies buried there. The place of concealment is often illuminated at night by a supernatural light. Several people thereabouts are known to have seen the light, and there are even men who will tell you that bold adventurers have so far succeeded as to grasp the handle of the iron chest when an outburst of wild tempest wrested it from their hold and struck them senseless. Local tradition points out the place as the residence of an ancient prince, and as a spot charmed against the spade of the antiquary. "Whoever digs there," said an old woman in Welsh to some men going home from their work on this spot, after a drenching wet day, "is always driven away by thunder and lightning and storm. You have been served like everybody else who has made the attempt." 4. So prevalent are the superstitions of this class, even in the present day, that cases get into the newspapers now and then. The Herald Cymraeg of September the 25th, 1874, gave an account of some excavations made at Pant Iser Cromlech, Anglesey, by the instigation of John Jones of Llandudno, a brother of Isaac Jones, the present tenant of Pant Iser, at the time on a visit to the latter. The immediately exciting cause of the digging was a dream in which the dreamer was told that there was a pot of treasure buried within the Cromlech's precincts. The result was the revelation of a large number of human bones, among them 5 lower jaws with teeth sound, but no crochan hour, pitcher of gold, turned up, and the digging was abandoned in disgust. Is it credible that between this account and the following you enter the gulf of 700 years? Thus Geraldus: "In the province of Kemys, one of the 7 cantrefs of Pembrokeshire, quote, during the reign of King Henry I, a rich man who had a residence on the northern side of the Preslin Mountains was warned for 3 successive nights by dreams that if he put his hand under a stone which hung over the spring of a neighbouring well, called the Fountain of St. Bernacus, he should find there a golden chain. Obeying the admonition on the 3rd day, he received from a viper a deadly wound in his finger, but as it appears that many treasures have been discovered through dreams, it seems to me probable that some ought, and some ought not, to be believed." End quote. 5. In a certain cave in Glamorganshire, called the Ogof Kifrin, or Cavern of the Ravens, is said to be a chest of gold watched over by 2 birds of gloomy plumage in a darkness so profound that nothing can be seen but the fire of their sleepless eyes. To go there with the purpose of disturbing them is to bring on a heaving and rolling of the ground, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A swaggering drover from Brennockshire, though warned by a dark woman that he had better not try it, sneered that a couple of ravens were a fine matter to be afraid of indeed, and ventured into the cavern, with a long rope about his waist and a lantern in his hand. Some men who accompanied him, seeing that he was bent on this rash and dangerous enterprise, held the coil of rope and paid it out as he went further and further in. The result was prompt and simple. The sky cracked with loud bursts of thunder and flashes of lightning, and the drover roared with affright and rushed out of the dark cavern with his hair on end. No coaxing ever prevailed on him to reveal the terrible sights he had seen. When questioned, he would only repeat in Welsh the advice of Punch to those about to marry, viz. Peidiwch. 6. In the legend of Castell Coch, instead of a raven, it is a pair of huge eagles which watch the treasure. Castell Coch is an easy and pleasant 2 hours' walk from Cardiff Castle, with which it is vulgarly believed to be connected by a subterranean passage. A short time ago, well, to be precise 100 years ago, but that is no time at all, in the history of Castell Coch, which was a crumbling ruin then, as it is now, in or about the year 1780, a reduced lady was allowed to fit up 3 or 4 rooms in the ruin as a residence, and to live there with 2 old servants of her house. One night this lady was awakened from her sleep to receive the visit of a venerable ghost, in a full dress suit of an earlier century, who distressed her by his troubled countenance, and vexed her by his eccentric behaviour, for when she spoke to him from the depths of her nightcap, he at once got through the wall. He came on subsequent nights so often, and frightened the servants so much by the noise he made, in getting through the wall of course, that the lady gave up her strange abode, and was glad to pay house rent ever after in other parts. The old ghost was, in the flesh, the proprietor of the castle, it appears, and during the civil wars was buried an iron chest full of gold in the subterranean passage, which is still there, guarded by 2 large eagles. A party of gentlemen, who somewhere about 1800 attempted to explore the passage, saw the eagles, and were attacked by the birds of freedom so fiercely that they retreated in disorder. Subsequently they returned with pistols and shot the eagles, which resented this trifling impertinence by tearing the treasure seekers in a shocking manner. After having recovered from their wounds, the determined Welshmen renewed the attack, this time with silver bullets, which they had got blessed by a good-natured priest. The bullets rattled harmlessly on the feathers of the terrible birds, the ground shook underfoot, rain descended in torrents. With their great wings, the eagles beat out the gold hunters' torches, and they barely escaped with their lives. 7. The shadowy horror which keeps vigil over these hidden treasures is now a dragon, again a raven or an eagle, again a worm. In the account of the treasure seeker of Nant Glyn, it is a winged creature of unknown nature, a mysterious incubus which broods over the chest in the cave. The terrible crocodile of the lake, which was drawn from its watery hiding place by the Ichain Banog, or prominent oxen of Hugada, is sometimes also called a dragon, draig, in those local accounts which survive in the folklore of several different districts. It infested the region round about the lake, where it lay concealed, and the mighty oxen so strained themselves in the labour of drawing it forth that one of them died, and the other rent the mountain in twain with its bellowing. Various legends of sleeping warriors appear in Welsh folklore, in which the dragon is displaced by a shadowy army of slumbering heroes, lying about in a circle, with their swords and shields by their sides, guarding great heaps of gold and silver. Now they are Owen Lawgoch and his men, who lie in their enchanted sleep in a cavern on the northern side of Meadow Moor in Carmarthenshire. Again they are Arthur and his warriors, asleep in a secret ogath under Craig Idinus, waiting for the day when the Briton and the Saxon shall go to war, when the noise of the struggle will awaken them, and they will reconquer the island, reduce London to dust, and re-establish their king at Caerleon in Monmouthshire. Dragon or demon, raven or serpent, eagle or sleeping warriors, the guardian of the underground vaults in Wales, where treasure lies, is a personification of the baleful influences which reside in caverns, graves, and subterraneous regions generally. It is sometimes more than this when traced back to its source in the primeval mythology. The dragon, which watched the golden apples of the Hesperides, and the Peishthamor, or great worm, which in Ireland guards the riches of O'Rourke, is the same malarious creature which St. Samson drove out of Wales. According to the monkish legend, this pestiferous beast was of vast size, and by its deadly breath had destroyed 2 districts. It lay in a cave near the river. Thither went St. Samson, accompanied only by a boy, and tied a linen girdle about the creature's neck, and drew it out, and threw it headlong from a certain high eminence into the sea. This dreadful dragon became mild and gentle when addressed by the saint, did not lift up its terrible wings, nor gnash its teeth, nor put out its tongue to emit its fiery breath, but suffered itself to be led to the sea and hurled therein. In the Mabinogion, the lion, the dragon which fights in Lud's dominion, is mentioned as a plague, whose shriek sounded on every May Eve over every hearth in Britain, and it went through people's hearts and so scared them that men lost their hue and their strength, and the women their children, and the young men and maidens lost their senses. Whence came the red dragon of Cadwallader? Asks the learned Thomas Stevens. Why was the Welsh dragon in the fables of Murden, Nennius, and Geoffrey described as red, while the Saxon dragon was white? The question may remain long unanswered, for the reason that there is no answer outside the domain of fancy, and therefore no reason, which could in our day be accepted as reasonable. The Welsh word for dragon means equally a dragon and a leader in war. Red was the most honourable colour of military garments among the British in Arthur's day, and Arthur wore a dragon on his helmet according to tradition. His haughty helmet, horrid all with gold, both glorious brightness and terror bred, for all the crest a dragon did enfold with greedy paws. But the original dragon was an embodiment of mythological ideas as old as mankind, and older than any written record. The mysterious beast of the boy Talison's song, in the marvellous legend of Gwion Boch, is a dragon worthy to be classed with the gigantic conceptions of the primeval imagination, which sought by these prodigious figures to explain all the phenomena of nature. A noxious creature from the rampart of Satanus, sings Taliesin, with jaws as wide as the mountains. In the hair of its 2 paws there is the load of 900 wagons, and in the nape of its neck 3 springs arise, through which sea roughs swim. 8. For the prototype of the dragon-haunted caves and the treasure hills of Wales, we must look to the lightning caverns of old Aryan fable, into which no man might gaze and live, and which were, in fact, the attempted explanation of thunderstorms, when the cloud appeared torn asunder by the lightning. Scholars have noted the impressive fact that the ancient Aryan people had the same name for cloud and mountain. In the Old Norse, clacka means both cloud and rock, and indeed the English word cloud has been identified with the Anglo-Saxon clwyd, rock. Equally significant here is the fact that in the Welsh language, draig means both lightning and dragon. Primeval man, ignorant that cloud was in any way different in structure from the solid mountains, whose peaks it emulated in appearance, stared back aghast and trembling when with crashing thunderstorms the celestial rocks opened, displaying for an instant the glowing cavern whose splendour haunted his dreams. From this phenomenon, whose goblins modern science has tamed and taught to run errands along a wire, came a host of glittering legends, the shining hammer of Thor, the lightning spear of Odin, the enchanted arrow of Prince Ahmed, and the forked trident of Poseidon, as well as the fire-darting dragons of our modern folklore. End of Book 5, Chapter 4. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. End of British Goblins, Welsh Folklore, Fairy Mythology, Legends and Traditions by Wirt SIKES.